Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Tri-Wizard Tournament. We have 30 seconds to the beginning of the first game, the Outcast Derby, Outcast Demons, playing Coffs Harbour's Daughters of Mayhem. Both teams are poised, and we have playing for Coffs Without a Trace, Pandemonium, Boo, Delicious, Red Hot Scott, Domesticati, Otter Annihilation, Captain Rika Havoc, Hard Donna, and Bam Bam Bune. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Tri-Wizard. And right away we have Outcast taking the lead jammer status. Jamming for Outcast, we have Barbie Killer. She is the captain, and she is jamming against Bootalicious. Daughters of Mayhem. In a number that's not on my teams are poised, and we have playing for Coffs Without a Trace, Pandemonium. 2 points to the Demon, Bootalicious. Otter Annihilation, Captain Rika Havoc, Hard Donna, Cyclone Tracy, Hail Damage, Dodge, and Glam Cracker. And right away we have Outcast taking the lead jammer status. Jamming for Outcast, we have Barbie Killer. She is the captain, and she is jamming against Bootalicious. We have Dodge jamming for the Outcast Demons. She's trying to bust her way through on the inside, manages to get through, and is the lead jammer. However, is sent off for using a forearm, and this is the first power jam for this tournament. Cyclone Tracy, Hail Damage, Dodge, and Glam Cracker. Coffs jammer Bambi Boom. Managed to get lead jammer there. Handy when you've got a power jam. She does a hop, skip, and a jump and makes a 5-point pass. We have Dodge jamming. Both teams heavily subscribing to the penalty box already. Hopefully getting the penalties out of the way nice and early. However, is sent off for using a forearm. And then the mush of players on that turn. Bam Bam Boom forced to call that jam off after scoring another 4 points. And we have referees and officials, of course, here today. We would like to thank all of our volunteers. But on the officials list we have Totorod, Wham of War, Boom Tish, Major Skateholder, Axiom Addict, Game Over, Ref Anatrix, Deathly Bellows, Jugs Rule, Ref Prince, Cockless Monster, Switzerland, Chaos Bulb, Revan Nix, High Rules, Goring Newman, Cheesemaniac, Even Steven, Whack Russell Terrier, Emily, Colonel Panic, and Vic, and my name is Melodrama. Cyclone Tracy forcing Hard Donna back behind her. She had knocked her out of bounds. Players knocked out of bounds need to return behind the player that knocks them out of bounds to avoid a penalty that we call a track cut. Game over. Ref Anatrix, Deathly Bellows, Jugs Rule, Ref Prince, Cockless Monster, Switzerland, Chaos Bulb, Revan Nix. Breaking through on the outside, Hard Donna making her way through on her initial pass, and she is the lead jammer. My name is Melodrama. Cyclone Tracy forcing Hard Donna back behind her. She had knocked her out of bounds. Dodge going toe-to-toe with Hard Donna, but Hard Donna managing to score a 5-point pass there, suggesting that she managed to lap Dodge. Breaking through on the outside, Hard Donna making her way through on her initial pass. And scoreboard reads 14 points to the Daughters of Mayhem and 2 points to the Outcast Derby Demons. Dodge going toe-to-toe with Hard Donna, but Hard Donna managing to score a 5-point pass there, suggesting that she managed to lap Dodge. What are we doing? Scoreboard. Breaking through on the outside, Hard Donna making her way through on her initial pass. Scoreboard reads 14 points to the Daughters of Mayhem and 2 points to the Outcast Derby Demons. Dodge going toe-to-toe with Hard Donna, but Hard Donna managing to score a 5-point pass there, suggesting Alrighty, so we just sorted through some of the technical difficulties there. We now have things up and running. Thank you so much, of course, to the streaming crew here. I noticed a few familiar faces from the 5x5 tournament, of which, of course, our hosts for today, the S2D2, are a very, very integral part of the 5x5 competition. And while that's all going on, the Daughters of Mayhem hit the back of the pack. Jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem then was Bootylicious. She calls that jam off after scoring a 5-point pass. Thank you so much, of course, to the streaming crew here. I noticed a few jamming now for the Daughters of Mayhem. We have Bam Bam Boom. She is wearing the teal-coloured jersey, also known as blue when you've been schooled in the places I've been schooled. Barbie Killer is jamming for the Outcast Derby Demons. And Outcast are playing in the... Well, it's got here on my list that it's red, but I think that red is looking awfully like orange, and that could explain a lot of traffic fines. That jam called off nice and quickly. No points to anyone. We have Bam Bam Boom. Bam Bam Boom getting lead jammer and calling that off straight away, seeing no advantage to keeping that going when they were toe-to-toe on the jams. Barbie Killer is jamming for the Outcast Derby Demons. Scoreboard currently reads 28 points to Coffs Harbour and 2 points to the Demons. There's 23 minutes left in this half. That could explain a lot of traffic fines. Jamming for Outcast, we have Stacks on. Off nice and quickly, no points to anyone. She busts out in front and she is lead jammer. Bam Bam Boom getting lead jammer and calling that off straight away, seeing no advantage to keeping that going. Jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem, we have Hard Donna making her way through the inside line there. Blocker Otter Annihilation yelling jammer on, but not able to make their way across the track in time in this half. 4 more points. Yelling jammer on, not able to make their way across the track in time. This gives us a fantastic opportunity to thank all the sponsors that we have here today. We have Rollerfit, are a sponsor for Southside Derby Dolls, and they are a sponsor of this tournament as well. Rollerfit do classes for beginners and advanced skaters. I think there's a bit of fitness involved there too, it being called Rollerfit, and there may even be some roller skates involved there as well. They sell gear too, so go and check them out online, rollerfit.com.au. And a proud supporter of roller derby, and there's a bit of a mutual love thing going on, that is the White Ribbon Campaign. The White Ribbon Campaign, you can look them up on the interwebs as well. White Ribbon Campaign is about people saying no to violence, making a pledge that violence against women is not on. I think there's a bit of fitness involved there too. We also have as one of the community partners here, Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. And Sydney Dogs and Cats Home coincidentally have the same favourite breed of dog and cat as I do, and that is Rescued. Rescued is my favourite breed. And we'd like to say a very special, warm, cuddly, licky thank you and hello to Bronte. If you have the opportunity to have a look at Sydney Dogs and Cats Home website, check out Bronte. She is a lovely, lovely little girl. She is all about the cuddles. She is such a beautiful little girl. Have a look at Bronte. She's still looking for a home. So if you do know of someone, or if you have room in your home and your heart, please go and have a look at Bronte. Dog and cat as I do, and that is Rescued. Rescued is my favourite breed. And we'd like to say a very special, warm, cuddly, licky thank you and hello to Bronte. If you have the opportunity to have a look at Sydney Dogs and Cats Home website, check out Bronte. She is a lovely, lovely little girl. She is all right. And that official review happened because one of the skaters from Coffs was given an insubordination call. Insubordination for not leaving the track when a penalty was called. That was without a trace. However, the referees maintained that they made the right call. We have jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem. We have Bootylicious. However, out in front for the Outcasts, we have Dodge. Daughters of Mayhem having to recycle to the back of the pack on the knees to avoid the traction call. Insubordination for not leaving the track when a penalty was called. That was without a trace. However, the referees maintained they made the right call. Daughters of Mayhem had not completed their initial pass, but all the same, 3 more points to the Outcasts. However, out in front for the Outcasts, we have Dodge. Daughters of Mayhem Bambi Boom jamming for Coffs Coast. They are the Daughters of Mayhem and they are in teal. However, Bambi Boom is caught behind a wall of blockers, having to tumble one over, and Cyclone Tracy sent to the penalty box with Bambi Boom managing to emerge from the mess there. However, out in front, Outcast Demons making her way through on the outside line there. Nice and easy does it. Hail Damage gets her way through, scores 4 points.
Managing to emerge from the mess there. However, out in front,
for Coffs Coast, things nice and quickly until they catch up and maybe go on ahead. There is still 21 minutes left on the game clock. So I dare say they've got a little bit of room there. It's only the first half. And of course, the first bout for today. The other team that we have playing for us today in this tournament is Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire. We'll be seeing them in the next game playing Outcast. And in the third game, we will be seeing Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire, taking on Coffs Coast Daughters of Mayhem. We'd like to do a special call out to Corey Skates, home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. I've been given that message done in handwriting that would make any doctor proud, so I'm wondering whether it actually says that or perhaps something completely unrelated. Corey Skates, home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. And back on track, we see the Daughters of Mayhem. We will be seeing perhaps Pandemonium jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem. And she is about to hit with her scoring pass. She is bumped out of bounds. I've been given that message done in handwriting that would make any doctor proud, so I'm wondering whether it actually says that or perhaps something over here. Mostly because I can't really see the track. Really can only see the players if I'm sitting right on top of them or have a laptop in front of me. Seeing I have nothing to do in that manner, I'm just going to make things up. Thank you to some design people, maybe Tweezy. They're excellent in graphic design, and hopefully they can give you clear, readable handwriting as well, because that's not what I have here. However, there is some derbies happening at the moment. Barbie Killer, captain of the Outcast Derby Demons, is jamming and about to hit the back of the pack there in the meantime. The Daughters of Mayhem managing to... Seeing I have nothing to do in that manner, I'm just going to make things up. Thank you. They just climbed another 4 points, so they are 25 points in front of the Demons. Maths, of course, being a very strong point of mine. Because that's not what I have here. However, there is some 19 minutes left on the clock. Just a reminder to you that the 5x5 tournament will be happening on the 27th of June. So keep an eye out for that. The Daughters of Mayhem managing. Lead jammer going to the Outcast Demons. Dodge who's been on a high rotation here, as we've seen so far. This, of course, being a tournament, both teams playing 2 games. So we will be looking at fitness as a major issue. Fitness and, of course, penalties. Penalties will not carry over. However, there is the residual motivation situation. Dodge through for a 5-point pass. The 5x5 tournament will be happening on the 20th. Now we have jammer on jammer action. Keep an eye out for that. Lead jammer going to the Outcast Demons. Dodge, who's been on Boodalicious out in front of the pack. She is not the lead jammer. She's only just completed her initial pass. Points cannot be scored on the initial. Looking at fitness as a major issue. Fitness and, of course, penalties. Penalties will not carry over. However, there is the residual motivation situation. Two of them are blockers. One of them is a jammer. The jammer is denoted by the star on their helmet, and the jammer is the only player who is allowed to score points. 1 point is given for every player on the opposite team that they go past. Now, traditionally, it's a little bit unusual to go past another jammer or the jammer on the opposite team, because you're both out there trying to go as fast as you can. But that does happen on occasion, and that's a 5-point pass. It's also reasonably easy to get a 5-point pass when one of the opposition players has done something wrong and has committed a penalty and spends their time in the penalty box. When you're in the penalty box, you get 1 point for every player that you pass. Pardon me, when someone's in the penalty box, the opposition is in the penalty box, the jammer gets 1 point for every player that they pass on the track. And after the first player, you get 1 point for everyone in the penalty box as well. So we've got jamming for the Outcast Demons. Stacks on, she is in the orange. And jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem in the teal, we have Bam Bam Boom. Spends their time in the penalty box. When you're in the penalty Bam Bam Boom being forced out of bounds, and when you go out of bounds, you need to return to the track behind the player that pushed you out of bounds. And up the front, we do see Stacks on being held back by a pair of blockers from the Daughters. After the first player, you get 1 point for everyone in the penalty box as well. Bam Bam Boom out in front. She is lead jammer for the Outcast Demons. She has managed to score a 5-point pass. As we said, a little bit unusual when there is a jammer on the track. But the Daughters of Mayhem blocking, managing to keep their the opposition blocker at bay. Bam Bam Boom threading that needle once again, 5-point pass. And in the meantime, Stacks on, only able to pass the blockers there because they were too far away from the pack. You can't block when you're too far away from the pack, and you'll see referees indicating that they're out of play, and blockers have to allow the jammer to go past at that point. She has managed to score a 5-point pass. As we said, a little bit unusual when there is a jammer on the track. But the Daughters of Mayhem blocking. Tavish Designs are excellent in graphic design. You should use them. Tavish Designs. Go on and check them out. They are, of course, on the interwebs, because everyone is on the interwebs. I know that because my mother has a Facebook account. And frankly, if my mother has a Facebook account, everyone else is on the net. Tavish Designs. They are excellent in graphic design. Out of play. Thank you, of course, to all of the referees and non-skating officials and volunteers here today. This game would be very, very anarchic if it wasn't for them. So we have Totorod, Wayne of War, Boom Tish, Major Skate Holder, Axiom Addict, Game Over, Refanatrix, Deathly Bellows, Jugs Rules, Ref Prince, Cockless Monster, Switzerland, Chaos Bob, Raven Nix, High Rules, Gory Newman, Cheeser Maniac, Even Steven, Whack Russell Terrier, Emily, Colonel Panic, and Vic. Thank you, of course, to all of the referees. Each jam is able to go for a maximum of 2 minutes. When you see a lead jammer indicated, that means that they've made their way through the other blockers, the opposition blockers, without committing any penalty, and they've done that before the other jammer has done that. The lead jammer has the opportunity to call the jam off early if she wants to, if that is a good tactic for her team. And making her way through as lead jammer for the Daughters of Mayhem, we see Hard Donna. So Hard Donna has the opportunity to call this jam off if she wants to. She would probably do that to stop the opposition from scoring. Jam is able to go for a maximum of 2 minutes. Hasn't managed to do so there. Forced out of bounds, having to skate back through the out of bounds area. And in the meantime, there's a bit of a tactical error. Outcast Demons have managed to score 4 points against Hard Donna. So that time Hard Donna making 4 points. Possibly should have called that jam off a little bit early. Has the opportunity to pull this jam off if she wants to. She would probably so they have a little bit of room to make those sorts of decisions. Just over 15 minutes left on this half. We're in jam 13. Back through the out of bounds area, and in the meantime, jamming for the Daughters, we see Bootylicious. Daughters of Mayhem, of course, going through their same set of jammers as most teams do. Everyone on a high rotation there. She's trying to make her way through on the inside line, jogging on the way through. Caught behind Cyclone Tracy there, an absolutely solid defence. Cyclone Tracy recycling to the back of the pack, forcing Bootylicious to go behind her to avoid a track cut. And as we say, track cut, sent off for a track cut. Short R's jamming for the Outcast Demons. She, of course, went out of the track and came back in, kept going, kept the advantage of where she was, so she gets sent off. And that's what we call a power jam, when there's only one jammer on the track, because there's only one team that has the opportunity to score points. And like I said before, you do get a point for everyone in the penalty box, so that is only a 4-point pass, just to confuse me. Forcing Bootylicious to go behind her. Daughters of Mayhem making their way through. 5-point pass, calling that jam off. An excellent jam there for the Daughters. 60 points. She, of course, went out of the track and came back in. Kept going, kept the advantage of where she was, so she gets sent off. And that's what we call a power jam, when there's only one jammer on the track. Because there's only one we have jamming for the Daughters now. Bam Bam Boom. Like I said before, you do get a point for everyone in the penalty box. Bam Bam Boom going on the inside there, and of course the Daughters there calling that jam off before the Outcast Demons had their jammer return to the track. That gave them the advantage, but that advantage was very quickly swallowed up by good blocking defence from the Outcast Demons. 60 points. Short R's back behind a solid pack of almost stationary Daughters there. Cyclone Tracy sent off the track for a clockwise block, blocking in the wrong direction. She has to let Bam Bam Boom through, and Bam Bam's through for a 5-point pass. Short R's not far behind her, so Bam Bam Boom floats on the out. Before the Outcast Demons had their jammer return to the track, that gave them the advantage, but that advantage was very quickly swallowed up by good blocking defence from the Outcast Demons. Just over 12 minutes left in this first half. Short R's back behind a solid pack of almost stationary Daughters there. Referee's calling a timeout so that they can fix the track, and also so I can tell you that Corey Skates is awesome. Have you looked at the Corey Skates website yet? You could really just minimise this viewing square thing and jump on the Corey Skates website. You could have a pair of skates being delivered to your home while we speak. There will be this guy on a bicycle. Not a one-gear bicycle, because really, what is the point of a one-gear bicycle? It will be many, many gears on that bicycle from Corey Skates, delivering your skates to you while we watch the Derby. Surely that is worth doing. Referee's calling a timeout so that they can fix the track. Referee is still fixing the tape on the track there. The tape is there to hold down. It indicates the track, the edges of the track, but it also holds down a piece of string, and the piece of string is there as a tactile reference for skaters. You can feel where you've gone over the edge of the track, and that tells you to return to the track by going outside and returning behind the players that blocked you out of bounds. Returning to the game, here we have Hard Donna. She is jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem, and she is through as the lead jammer. Lead jammer, of course, has the tactical advantage of being able to call this jam off whenever she wants to. Jamming for the Outcast Demons, we have Dodge. Is there to hold down. 5-point pass there for Hard Donna. She is looking to score more points. She does a lot of the floating on the outside there. Just as a little hint to anyone watching from the Outcast Demons, firstly, stop watching the internet. Go and concentrate. And that tells you to return to the track by going outside and returning behind the players that blocked you out of bounds. Returning to the game, and that is 45 points the difference. Mayhem, and she is through as the lead jammer. Lead jammer, of course, has the tactical advantage of being able to call this jam off whenever she wants to. Jamming for the Outcast Demons, we have Dodge. Thank you so much to the streaming crew. They come along quite early and they lift all the heavy equipment and put together the technical things that I'm not allowed to touch. I appreciate that. That's a good rule. And they make the pretty pictures on the internet and make my voice sound good. Well, they make my voice sound maybe not good, but it sounds. My name is Melodrama, and I am a commentator from the Inner West Roller Derby League, also a proud partner of the 5x5 tournament. So if you do get a chance to check out Derby Downunder TV, gosh, see now I'm thinking it may be called Downunder Derby TV. In any case, if you type the words Derby, Down and Under, thank you so much. Downunder Derby TV. There you go. Type that in. People are nodding at me. Type that in and you'll be able to watch some pretty damn good derby from the 5x5 tournaments that have happened in the past. And if you're very, very clever, you'll be able to watch games that have happened in the future as well. Maybe not good, but it sounds. My name is Melodrama, and I am a commentator from the Inner West Roller Derby League, also a proud partner of the 5x5 tournament. So if you do get the chance to check out Derby Downunder TV, gosh, see now I'm thinking it may be called Downunder Derby TV. In any case, if you type the words Derby, Down and Under, so those breaks necessary for making sure the tape is down properly so no one trips over the cord. You'll be able to watch some pretty damn good derby. And of course, it's not possible to use gaffer to hold the whole lot down because it needs to be taken up at the end of the game. If you're very, very clever, you'll be able to watch jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem, Bootylicious. Trying to make a way on the outside there. It seems to be a tactic for the Daughters of Mayhem. Go the outside. And they managed to get through as lead jammer and jamming for the Outcast Demons. Stacks on, choosing to hang behind and act as the fifth blocker. Scoring points is the same as stopping the other team from scoring points. And just a little loved up there by G.I. Joey, forcing Bootylicious out of bounds, having to recycle her back to the back of the pack. For making sure the tape is down properly so no one trips over the cord. And of course, it's not possible to use gaffer to hold the whole lot down. And both of these teams having to travel a fair way here. We are playing in Penshurst, which is a southern suburb of Sydney. Outcast Derby coming from the Central Coast, and Coffs Harbour Derby, not surprisingly, coming from the Coffs Harbour coast area. A power jam for the Coffs Coast as stacks on from the Outcast Demons, sent off for a track cut. And in this power jam, Daughters of Mayhem have all however, the persistence of Purple holding back the jammer for as long as she could. However, the jammer is through now, and the Daughters have just clocked on another 5 points. Blocker and captain Rika Havoc from the Daughters of Mayhem messing up the wall from the Outcast Demons. And sneaky as all ninja moves, Bootylicious just squeezes her way through on the out from the Central Coast. And Coffs Harbour Derby, not surprisingly, coming from the Coffs Harbour Coast area. A power jam for 82 points, leads 24. Stacks on from the Outcast Demons, sent off for a track cut. There's just over 8 minutes left in this first half. Both teams are going to be wanting to go into the half-time break with some momentum behind them. Doesn't much matter if you're a little bit behind, but if you've got that scoring momentum, that is well worthwhile. The jammer is through now, and the Daughters have just clocked on another 5 points. Outcast managing to get through and get lead jammer. From the Daughters of Mayhem messing up the wall. Barbie Killer captaining from in front. And Bam Bam Boom, however, is out, and she is only one turn away from the Outcast Demons. Barbie Killer calling her pack to go faster, and that tactic completely working for her. 4-point pass, calling that jam off, putting Coffs back on the scoreboard. 82 points, leads 24. Stacks on from the Outcast Demons, sent off for a track cut. There's just over 8 minutes left in this first half. Both teams are going to be wanting to go into the half-time break with some momentum behind them. Doesn't much matter if you're a little bit behind, but if you've got that scoring momentum, that is well worthwhile. The jammer is through now, and the Daughters have just clocked on another 5 points. Outcast managing to get through and get lead jammer. From the Daughters of Mayhem messing up the wall. Barbie Killer captaining from in front. And Bam Bam Boom, however, is out, and she is only one turn away from the Outcast Demons. My colleagues here on the house call demanding music. So if you do hear a little bit of beatboxing in the background, that is actually Get Shorty. Get Shirty from the Northern Beaches, Roller Girls, is doing a little bit of wiki woo to attach to her house call here. I believe it's her debut opportunity. So if you are in town, do make your way down to the Hertzville. It's now called the Hertzville because of the roller derby. Hertzville Indoor Sports and Recreational Centre. And on the track, we do have Short R's. She is jamming for the Outcast Demons. She is out in front. Hard Donna trying to catch up to her. Hard Donna, of course, from the Daughters of Mayhem in the blue. Short R is unable to make her way past those last two blockers. Pandemonium, pardon me, getting her mixed up with some Outcast Demons. My colleagues here on the house call demanding music. So if you do hear a little bit of beatboxing in the background, that is actually Get Shorty. Get Shirty called by the Teal team. That is the Daughters of Mayhem. I'm not convinced that is Teal. I'm not a painter or an indoor designer though, so I'm going to have to take it on advisement that they are in fact the Teal team. Hertzville? It's now called the Hertzville because of the roller derby. And in this timeout, I would just like to remind you of the partners that are here today, community partners, and they are the White Ribbon Project, who do a fantastic job in reminding us that domestic violence She's out in front. Hard Donna. So if you are in a situation of domestic violence, please reach out for help. There are plenty of people who are happy to help you. Have a look at the White Ribbon Project. If you have any friends, have a look at the White Ribbon Project, because it's important that we all make that pledge to never ever stand and watch violence happening, to always make a statement against it. We also have the community partner of the Sydney Dogs and Cats Home, Sydney Dogs and Cats home are having to be relocated. They've actually got an eviction notice for the end of the year. So they're going to have to find some new premises for all of their dogs and cats. They do a fantastic job. And coincidentally, Rescued is my favourite breed too. So have a look at Sydney Dogs and Cats home. And back on the track, we have Bam Bam Boom. She is jamming in the teal for the Daughters of Mayhem. However, out in front we have Dodge from the Outcast Demons. Dodge is the lead jammer, and that means she has the opportunity to call this jam off whenever she pleases. Neither team going particularly quickly on the track there. They just speed that up as the Dodge hits the back of the pack. However, Dodge not able to make her way through too many blockers. She passes two and then calls that jam off. And of course, any points are going to be very welcome for the Outcast Demons. Scoreboard currently reads 82 for the Daughters of Mayhem, Coffs Harbour, playing the Outcast Demons from the Central Coast, and they're on 30. There's only 6 minutes left in this first half. So have a look at Sydney Dogs and Cats home. Hard Donna, pressuring on the outside, forced on the inside, and back on the outside. She is toing and froing and now has to find her knees. In the meantime, the Outcast Demons break on through to the other side. Lead jammer. That goes to Short R's. Short R's finishing her initial pass. She is now looking to score some points. In the meantime, Bam Bam Boom still... Sorry, not Bam Bam Boom. Hard Donna has not completed her initial pass. So you would imagine that Short R's will keep going until there is some danger. Wow, that was pretty close to a track cut. However, she was behind the players that pushed her out, so Short R's able to continue on her way. However, called to a penalty just then, and I was too busy looking at my sheet to actually see what was happening on the track there. It was a secret penalty, giving the Daughters of Mayhem the scoring opportunities, all of the scoring opportunities, because they are in a power jam situation. Only jammer on the track is the only jammer who can score points. And more than that, because Short R's was the lead jammer before she was sent to the penalty box, there is now no lead jammer in this particular jam. So this jam will continue the full 2 minutes. 5 points added in that pass for Hard Donna. So you would imagine that Short R's will keep going until there is some danger. Wow, that was pretty Short R's straight back on the track, straight back, scoring 5 big points. That is quite an achievement there to be able to lap the jammer. 5 points is certainly what was needed from that pass for the Outcast Demons. Hard Donna faking to the right there, sort of trying to block Short R's. However, the jam comes to an end. A secret penalty, giving the Daughters of Mayhem the scoring opportunities, all of the scoring opportunities, because they are in a power jam situation. Only jammer the Demons. Demons managing to hold that to just a 2-point net loss. More than that, because all of the maths is happening here today. This is in fact a high maths zone, and we are happy to have you at home watching along with us. Thank you so much for tuning in. 5 points on behalf of all the folks at Downunder Derby TV. We are loving you being here with us. Short R's straight back on the track, straight back, scoring 5 big points. That is quite an achievement there to be able to lap the jammer. Barbie Killer managing to move away in time, not being taken out of the track. However, not the lead jammer. Lead jammer goes to Otter Annihilation. First time jamming for Otter Annihilation for the day. The Demons managing to hold that to just a 2-point net loss. all of the maths is happening here today. But we do see a player making her way to the penalty box. To have you at home watching along with us. If the number was a little bit bigger, I'd tell you who she was. On behalf of all the folks at Downunder Derby TV, we are loving you being here with us. 2 points added to the Demons' score there. Perilous sent off to the penalty box, giving a power jam to the Outcast Demons. Dodge will want to take full advantage of this. This would be a absolutely terrific opportunity to take into the half-time, to have some sort of momentum of point scoring. Dodge having to barge her way through there past those blockers, and that gives her 4 points for that part. Outside lane there. She's the only jammer on the track right now. However, waiting to join everyone else. We have Bootylicious. Barbie Killer having to go on the back and do some acrobatics there to stay in play, but that pays off for her. She's the lead jammer. This is the kind of advantage that the Outcast Demons need to be able to pull off a win for this game. Barbie Killer once again captaining from in front. She is calls it. Looking up on the scoreboard, there is 20 seconds left on the clock. That will be enough to squeeze out one more jam for this half. The first half of the first game for the Tri-Wizard tournament. We have Bam Bam Boom. She is jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem. The Daughters of Mayhem from Coffs Coast. And we also have jamming Short R's. She is jamming in the orange for the Outcast Demons. And they are from the Central Coast. Short R's managing to break through as she lures the block to be able to pull off a win for this game. Barbie Killer once again captaining from in front. She is. Alrighty, and I'll just keep commentating like I do at home when I'm doing the washing up, except with Derby rather than washing up. We have vision still. There is 20 seconds left on the clock. That will be enough to squeeze out one more jam for this half. The first half of the first game for the Tri-Wizard tournament. 41 points, 91 playing 50 points. My name is Melodrama. I will be back in 10 minutes. Coffs Coast. And we also have jamming Short R's. She is jamming in the orange for the Outcast Demons, and they are from the Central Coast. Short R's managing to break through as she lures the block to be able to pull off a win for this game. Barbie Killer once again captaining from in front. She is. Alrighty, and I'll just keep commentating like I do at home when I'm doing the washing up, except with Derby rather than washing up. We have vision still. There is 20 seconds left on the clock. That will be enough to squeeze out one more jam for this half. The first half of the first game for the Tri-Wizard tournament. 41 points, 91 playing 50 points. My name is Melodrama. I will be back in 10 minutes. And we also have jamming Short R's. She is jamming in the orange for the Outcast Demons, and they are from the Central Coast. Short R's managing to break through as she lures the block. I'll just keep commentating like I do at home when I'm doing the washing up, except with Derby rather than washing up. We have vision still there. 50 seconds left. I will be back in 10 minutes. Alrighty, and I'll just keep commentating like I do at home when I'm doing the washing up, except with Derby rather than washing up. We have vision.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing.
Alrighty, and welcome back. We are just about a minute away from the game starting again. Thank you so much to Corey Skates. They are home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. CoreySkates.com. Corey Skates is the reason that we are able to stream to you today, so a very big thank you to Corey Skates. Check out their website, and I have it on good authority from Apple Yahair of the Hard Roller Derby League. She says Aussie Scott Wheels are awesome. That was a direct quote. Aussie Scott Wheels are awesome. Thank you also to Tavish.com. Tavish.com. They are excellence in graphic design. You could probably do with a little bit of making of yourself pretty. Get in contact with Tavish.com. And you are watching this stream through Downunder TV, Downunder Derby TV, and the website for that is downunder.tv. You can also be a twit and go to Downunder Derby and have all of the comments all of the time at Downunder Derby. You can also get a score update. Instead of watching the whole thing, you could just get the score updates on Twitter at Derby Scores. And referees are poised and waiting to start again. Just a little bit of track fixing going on. It's a little bit different when there's track fixing and horse racing. This just means that they're putting tape back on where it should be. Game timer, Cockless Monster blowing the whistle saying she is ready to go. And in an interesting turn of events, we do have R2-D2 skating in the referee lane. What could possibly go wrong with that, I ask? Anywho, we have Hard Donna. She's jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem. Daughters of Mayhem out in front at the moment. However, she is having an awfully hard time getting past Glam Cracker. Glam Cracker using her other blockers to give Hard Donna a hard time there. And in the meantime, Barbie Killer, captain of the Outcast Demons, playing in the orange, is lead jammer. And in fact, the only jammer on the track, with Hard Donna making a trek cut and making her way to the penalty box. 30 seconds starts from now. However, Barbie Killer having to return to the back of the track behind the blocker that blocked her out of bounds. And that blocker still going backwards, taking her all the way to turn 1. Barbie Killer now through, almost through. She is blocked out of bounds without a trace, getting a little bit of air there going on. And unfortunately, the power jam opportunity has been wasted. They're unable to take any advantage with Hard Donna returning to the track, skating almost all the way outside of the track in the referee lane, only just in time to hit the back of the pack there. And that jam called off before she could have any effect on the score. However, she had not completed her initial pass, I thought. Possibly wrong there. But if she hadn't completed her initial pass, I would have thought the advantage would have been to keep skating for the Outcast Demons. In any case, no one wants my advice on the skating because they have seen me skate. Bootylicious jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem in the teal. Bootylicious busting her way through the blockers of the Outcasts. Glam Cracker trying to have a bit of a crack on the way through, but having to let her go as she was too far out of the pack. Hail Damage making her way through for her initial pass. She's not the lead jammer though, so that means the Daughters of Mayhem, as they have done, calls that jam off before any points can be added for the Outcasts. 3 points added for the Daughters of Mayhem. And the Daughters of Mayhem coming into this second half very confidently with a healthy lead. 94 points currently for the Daughters of Mayhem of the Coffs Coast. They are playing 55 from the Outcast Demons. Score there, 39 points in favour of the Daughters. And Hard Donna back on the jammer line for the daughters. She's struggling to stay in bounds. Goes to the inside line instead of the outside and manages to find a gap there. She is through for lead jammer. Blockers reforming in that wall, giving Dodge a hard time. Dodge jamming for the Outcast. She is not able to make her way through still. Blockers in her team focusing on stopping Hard Donna. Still no sign of the Outcast Demons jammer. She's stuck behind a reforming wall. Dodge pushed out of bounds and she has to make her way back behind that pack again. In the meantime, Outcast holding with a triangle defence, managing to force Hard Donna out of bounds. However, Glamcracker going out of bounds herself with that block. And that gave Hard Donna the opportunity to maintain her momentum and keep on skating. Dodge up on the toes, using her toe stops to brace herself as she marches on past the blockers. Both jammers stymied by the persistence of the blockers. And Hard Donna called for a track cut by one referee. Referee Major Skateholder. However, referee Game Over says no, it was not a track cut because the other blocker actually went out of bounds as well. Therefore, it's a situation of a no pass but no penalty. A Game Over fixing that up. So no power jam eventuated. 4 points added on that jam to the Daughters of Mayhem. 98 points, playing the Outcast Demons 55. Major track work happening here. Gives us an opportunity to tell you about Corey Skates. Corey Skates is the home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. If you don't know what the Aussie Scott Wheel is, you should check it out. CoreySkates.com. They are the home of the Aussie Scott Wheel, and a very, very thank you to all the folks from Corey Skates for making today's telecast possible. We also want to remind you that the community bout partners today are the White Ribbon Campaign, the White Ribbon Project. That's when you say no to domestic violence. And we also have a partner with the Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. Sydney Dogs and Cats Home, where rescued is their favourite breed. Mine too. You can find yourself the most awesome of companions in rescue homes. I know I have many times over now. However, in the meantime, Bam Bam Bew makes her way through those blockers and she is lead jammer. She looks behind her, but there is no one behind her. She is going to try to lap the jammer from the Outcast Demons as she hits the pack of blockers, barging her way past, and she does just that. She laps the jammer and she is through for a 5-point pass. No, she's not. Major Skateholder. I think he's actually channeling my telecast into his ear and he says, no, 4 points. Bam Bam Boom hits that wall of blockers again. 1-on-1, using her shoulder to try to bring it tough. She's having to recycle to the back up and hitting the pack again. Short R still caught behind a wall pack. And of course, every time you see it through for a 5-point pass for the Daughters of May to be able to continue, they'll be playing the next game again. However, she is not. Oh, she is the lead jammer. Barbie Killer making her way through in front. The 100-point mark, and that of course means that you Glam Cracker and Captain Barbie Killer. And skating for the Daughters of Mayhem. Thank you also to Colonel Panic and Vic. The Mayhem, one of that wall of blue that I mentioned. However, in the front of the pack, we have Jammer. And going all the way back there. And they are playing the Demons with 55. Barbie Killer Jammer. Outcast Demons. She is pushing her way through the inside line. She's got absolute determination there. In the meantime, we got on her tail. Hard Donna off. Bootylicious not happy with the call, demonstrating with her out jam. 5-point pass on that one. Position. It's a fairly significant dip. However, each pass will help. Now, Daughters of Mayhem have scored their scoring pass. That means that this pass is a scoring pass. However, there is no lead jammer, so this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Barbie Killer having to stick in there. 5-point pass for that. However, the Daughters have managed to pick up 4 points from Hard Donna as well. Both teams with a player in the penalty box. Barbie Killer 4 more points. Hard Donna thinking she has scored 4 points. Let's see what referee says. 3 points. So a slight advantage there to the Outcast Demons. Scoreboard reads 125 to the Coffs Coast. Playing the Outcast Demons 79 points. There is more than 17 and a half minutes left in this game. Thank you so much to the streaming crew from Downunder Derby TV. That is downunder.tv if you want to have a look at the website. There is lots of stuff in the archives. We have not just bouts on the archives, but we also have the little segments that we screen in between each of the bouts during the 5x5 competition. So you'll be able to check out all of our variety show. And that's at Downunder Derby TV. Thank you so much to all the volunteers from Downunder Derby TV. They do an amazing job. And of course, this telecast would not be possible without Corey Skates. Corey Skates is the home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. You can find Corey Skates at coreyskates.com. And there's some very bad dancing happening on the jammer line. Nothing quite as white as the white girl dancing.
Okay, they were challenging a multiplayer block over here on field 183. The ref said that the shirt was being held. It is a multiplayer.
And that official review was because they were challenging a multiplayer block call. Multiplayer blocks have become a bigger feature in the game now that we see more and more teams using the triangular defence, the triangle of death, some people call it. Seems a little extreme to me. It's really the triangle of blocking. You may not be able to pass, but you probably won't die from it. However, in any case, the multiplayer block was called because one blocker was holding the shirt of another blocker, and that means it is a multiplayer block. Anytime that a chain is challenged, that is a multiplayer block, so that call stands. And that jam called off by Dodge. She scored 1 point, however, the Daughters of Mayhem, not the lead, but still able to score more points. They scored 2 points in that particular jam. Jammers, of course, encouraged to call jams off before the opposition team can score points. There are some rare occasions when it is okay to keep jam going, even though the opposition is scoring points. Not very often, though. Bootylicious managing to catch a back block call. She is on her way to the penalty box, and that, of course, means that the Outcast Demons have a power jam. Short R is jamming for the Outcast Demons. She's the only jammer on the track. Domesticating. Dealing a blow to her, however, she is through for her initial pass. However, Bootylicious back on the track after serving her 30 seconds in the penalty box. Short R is trying to catch a bit of a lift from her blockers. However, her blockers focusing on stopping Bootylicious, not able to offer her very much assistance. She's having to run at the gap on the inside line and gets rewarded with a 5-point pass. Terrific work there by Short R's from the Outcast Demons. In the meantime, a square of death being dealt to Bootylicious. She is pushed out of bounds again and again. Demons managing to stay inbounds while they do it, which means she is recycled to the back of the pack. Short R's puffed as she calls that jam off, but not before scoring 3 more points. Outcast Demons, a 13-point jam there. Fantastic work from Short R's. They are sitting on 93 points. However, Coffs Coast, the Mayhem, Daughters of Mayhem, still in front, 127 points. Timeout called by the Daughters of Mayhem. Bench managers, of course, in charge of all sorts of things. They help with the tactics on the track. They help to tell the jammers what they think they should do in terms of calling the jam off. They tell the blockers whether or not they should make a wall at the front or skip to the back or go faster or go slower or do whatever it is that they need to do. Bench managers also work out who it is to make the pack, which players are best to put out on the track at any one particular time. And bench managers also manage the fatigue of the teams. So at this point in the tournament, both teams taking lots of blocks. Bench managers will want to be managing their energy levels. Of course, the Outcast team is going to be playing again in a few short minutes. 2 games in a row. Not an ideal position to be in as a player. And we have back on the track Hard Donna. She is jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem. Referees, however, still fixing up the track. We use a very low tack tape, so low stickiness on the tape. And that's so that when you peel the tape up at the end of the tournament, it doesn't rip up the varnish from the floors. One of the perennial problems for any roller derby league is finding a suitable venue. So if you're sitting out there and you're thinking, hey, I own a venue and I've got like 3 basketball courts worth, we want to be your friend. We want to be your best friend. So you should perhaps give us a call. Hard Donna up on two toe stops, managing to balance her way back in and then going out of bounds on the inside instead. In the meantime, Stacks on out in front and lead jammer for the Outcast Demons. Hard Donna appealing to the crowd for some cheers. She's about to turn away. Stacks on making her way past those blockers. 4 points. No, that is 3 points indicated by jam referee. And the gap just gets a little bit smaller. But is it too little too late? I don't know, but I'll be able to tell you in about 14 minutes. There is 13 minutes and 16 seconds left on the game clock. 127 for Coffs Coast. Daughters of Mayhem playing 96 for the Outcast Derby Demons. Getting down low, Bam Bam Boon. She is jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem. She skips left, skips right, and skips to the outside to make her way through the pack as lead jammer. The Daughters trying to hunt down, dodge, and stop her from getting through, but she manages to evade the blockers. She's completed her initial pass. The initial pass is the first time through the pack. Bam Bam Boom, very possibly winded. She's giving the thumbs up though. She's okay. She just copped a bit of a wind. Calls that jam off. No points lost. Terrific gameplay there from Bam Bam Boom. And of course, Glamcracker sharing the spirit of roller derby as she applauds her opposition off the track. If you were here, you could buy some raffle prizes. Seeing you're not here, please post in your $2 to Downunder Derby TV. And back jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem, we have Bootylicious. She is recycled to the back there behind Glamcracker, unable to make her way through. However, a disco move is being performed by Captain Barbie Killer, and she is sent to the penalty box, giving the Daughters of Mayhem a power jam. This is not ideal for any league, any team. However, in a position that the Outcast Demons are in, they would not be happy with this power jam. Bootylicious, however, is very happy. She has completed her initial pass and she hits the back of Glamcracker. Pushes her way through. Glamcracker very persistent, using other blockers, particularly Purple and G.I. Joey, to stop Bootylicious from getting through. Blockers G.I. Joey and Purple again, giving all sorts of grief to Bootylicious. Bootylicious frustrated that the jam referee didn't see her calling that jam off. Scoreboard reads 127 to the Daughters of Mayhem though. And the Demons are sitting on 96 points. And just a reminder to viewers at home that we will be on the internet, online, on the 27th of June. That's a Saturday, the 27th of June, for the next round of the 5x5 tournament. No pack called there, and the Outcast Demons forced to rejoin the pack from where they were standing. They have a power jam, so they are trying to assist their jammer through the pack by forcing no pack situation. Blockers are not able to block when they're not considered to be part of the pack. And Short R's getting through on one leg. And joining her on the track, we have the jammer from the Daughters of Mayhem, Bootylicious. Booty is through and has completed her initial pass. There's no lead jammer in this particular jam. That means that the jam will go for the full 2 minutes. 50 seconds are left in that 2 minutes. Bootylicious with that very relaxed skating style, just sort of ambling on through. That jam comes to an end. 4 points each, no net change. Daughters of Mayhem sitting on 131, and the Demons have cracked the 100-point mark. And you know what happens when you crack the 100-point mark? You have to go to Sydney Dogs and Cats Home, to that webpage, and have a look at the rescue puppies there. Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. Check out those rescue puppies, and if you are so inclined, you could check out the cats too. Whether it's a dog or whether it's a cat rescued is my favourite breed. You've probably heard by now that Corey Skates is the home of the Aussie Scott wheel. CoreySkates.com. Check them out. And players are poised again on the jam line. We have Dodge. She is skating for the Outcast Demons in the orange that is pretending to be red. We also have jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem, Hard Donna. She is in the teal. Kind of looks blue to me. In any case, Hard Donna waits for the gap, takes the inside line. She makes her way through on her initial pass. Both jammers have to make an initial pass, their first pass, and the passes after that are the ones that count for points. So the Outcast Demons managing to score 4 points on that particular scoring pass, and then calling that jam off, which denied the Daughters of Mayhem any opportunity to score any more points. Just over 7 minutes left in this game. Getting down low, Bam Bam Boom. She is jamming up against Hail Damage. Hail Damage, her first jam for the Outcast Demons for today. And she is through as lead jammer. Arms flaying about everywhere, but she is through. Lead jammer, of course, has the opportunity to call the jam off whenever she feels that it's a good tactical move, usually before the other team can score any points. She loses her balance as she makes her way past the blockers, and by the time she gets back up, the pack has passed her again. She is through for her scoring pass, 5 points as she goes past the opposition jammer. Fairly unusual ordinarily, but that has happened a few times now in this game. Bam Bam Boom now out for her initial pass. Hail Damage hits the back of the pack there, tries to sneak on through the inside line, quickly calls that jam off. 5 point pass there. Excellent effort for the Outcast Demons. Terrific work by the blockers. Nice and persistent. Stayed on their target. That is a 10 point jam for the Outcast Demons, bringing the gap to just 20 points. Daughters of Mayhem sitting on 134. Outcast Demons sitting on 114. 5 minutes left in this game. There is absolutely enough time for the Demons to take this game out, and they are sitting with the momentum here. Stacks on jamming for the Outcast Demons. She is keen to get things happening. However, Stacks on finding the floor there together with Cyclone Tracy, but she is back up and she is through, clutching her lip as she goes on through. She is managing to skate down, putting pressure on Bootylicious. Glam Cracker, then Purple following, giving big hits, restricting the scoring flow to the Daughters of Mayhem to just 2 points there for that jam. 136, Daughters of Mayhem playing 114, the Outcast Demons from the Central Coast, playing in the orange today. Donna prowling around behind the solid wall of orange. Short R's jamming for the Outcast Demons. Short R's busting on through, being chased down by the Daughters to no avail. They need to reform and help their jammer through. And she has completed her initial pass. Captain Barbie Killer just giving a little bit of grief to the jammer, but has to return to the pack. Short R's struggling in the back of the wall of blockers there, managing to take out a referee though. And that jam called off with a mess of jammer legs on the track there. Short R's looking a little bit damaged. And bench manager from the Outcast Demons calling an official review there. In the meantime, let me tell you who the officials are. We have a mixture of referees and non-skating officials, of whom this tournament would be rather boring. We have Total Rod, Wayne of War, Boom Tish, Major Skateholder, Axiom Addict, Game Over, Ref Anatrix, Deathly Bellows, Jugs Rules, Ref Prince, Cockless Monster, Switzerland, Chaos Bob, Ravenix, High Rules, Gory Newman, Cheesemaniac, Even Steven, Whack Russell Terrier, Emily, Colonel Panic, and Vic. Thank you to all of the other volunteers that have made today possible as well. And a special call out to the crew from Downunder Derby TV. Downunder Derby TV are the ones that bring you this stream. I think they do a fantastic job. Certainly very easy to work with. They make all the technical stuff happen, often in conditions that are less than ideal. So thanks so much, guys, from Downunder Derby TV. If you work for a company or if you own a company and you would like to have us advertise your stuff, you should have a look at the sponsorship packages that we have. Just get in contact with Downunder Derby TV and we can send you an information pack, and you too could be spruiked, just like we spruik the people from Corey Skates. That's Corey Skates, home of the Aussie Scott Wheel, and Tavish Designs, tavish.com. Excellence in graphic design. I'm not sure how things are working for you at home, but I can see a scoreboard. And a scoreboard that reads for the Daughters of Mayhem, them women from the Coffs Coast Derby League. They are sitting on 138 points. And they are playing the Outcast Derby Demons, and they are sitting on 116 points. There is just over 3.5 minutes left in this game. Both teams still very, very possible to win. This is just game one of the tournament here today, the Tri-Wizard tournament, where the Outcast Derby Demons are up against the Coffs Coast Daughters of Mayhem, and they are up against the Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire. We did start a little bit late today, so I'm not sure how the times are going to be altered. I imagine it's going to be about 30 minutes before the next game starts. But in the meantime, referees have blown their whistle and they have returned to the track. Dodge is jamming for the Outcast Demons. She is jamming up against Bootylicious. Bootylicious have been jamming her little skates off today. Let's see how her fitness goes later on in game two, when things are all going to be a little bit more tired. In the meantime, Dodge is through for her initial pass. She is lead jammer, and that means she can call this jam off if she thinks it is tactically correct. Bootylicious manages to make her way past G.I. Joey to complete her initial pass. Dodge tries to find the inside line, but is drawn to the outside. The Daughters causing her some grief there, unable to make her way through. Rather than wasting any time, she scores her 3 points and then calls that jam off. Outcasts need to be doing just that, quick scoring moves and then calling jams off. They can't afford to dawdle, they can't afford to waste any time. There is only 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the game clock. Daughters of Mayhem sitting on 138 points. Demons a little bit behind on 119. 19 points the difference, though. That is just a couple of jams worth if you see a couple of power jams. Daughters of Mayhem understand they haven't won the game yet. They send Hard Donner out. Hard Donner, of course, one of their jammers for today. All the jammers getting high rotation. Hardonna on the right trying to squeeze through the outside line, but forced out with a solid wall of Outcast blockers. In the meantime, Barbie Killer through as lead jammer. Outcast Demons bringing it when it comes to blocking. They managed to force a track cut on Hardonna. Hardonna sent to the penalty box. 30 seconds. She will be seated, giving the Outcasts all of the opportunities to be doing the scoring. Barbie Killer with the star on her helmet. She's going to be trying to close that gap up. Up on the toe stops, then through the inside line. 5 points added to their score. And that's 10 for this particular jam. 138 plays 129. However, Hardonna returns to the track. She tries for for an apex jump. Lucky not to pull off a track cut. In the meantime, 5 more points for Barbie Killer. Outcast just losing that very split moment of concentration there. Hardonna managing to find the gap on the outside line. She's still on her initial pass, so there are no points lost there. Barbie Killer will be very well aware of what's going on. She calls that jam off after scoring 4 more points. A massive jam for the Demons, bringing it neck and neck, 138 points apiece. With the Demons having the momentum, they could take this game out rather unexpectedly. If we remember from 3 quarters in the game, there is only probably one more jam left on this game, and this is going to be the make or break. This is going to be determined by the persistence of the jammers and the determination of the blockers. And we have Daughters of Mayhem making their way through as lead jammer, however unable to stick to her skates. Outcast blockers absolutely focused on her. However, she is through. Bootylicious is through with Barbie Killer out in front. Bootylicious wants to call that jam off. Controversial move. No points scored. Called that jam off. No time left on the game clock. That means it's an unofficial final score. 138 playing 138. I dare say that there will be a points differential brought in at the end of the tournament if there is any question about who might win. However, a timeout has been called by the Outcast Demons. Blockers stay on the track though. They don't need to talk to their bench manager. They know that he's going to say, block the jammer. This game is quite easy. All you need to do is score more points than the opposition. I guess not unlike most of the sports that you see. Not many of the sports that you see are played on roller skates. I suppose predictably the Outcast Demons have fielded Captain Barbie Killer as their last jammer for this game. And similarly, Daughters of Mayhem have fielded Bootylicious. Bootylicious, high rotation jammer here for the Daughters. Both teams looking a little more tired than they did an hour ago. Something about skating round and round that takes it out of you. Scoreboard reads 138 points each. Referees are conferring. They want to make sure they get things right. Game timer. Cockless Monster blows the whistle, saying 30 seconds. Referees, however, are still in conference there. They break up and they are ready to convene the game. 5 seconds has been called. Daughters of Mayhem move things up to the pivot line and the jammers are off. Bootylicious caught behind a very solid stationary wall of Demons. Demons are out. Barbie Killer is the lead jammer. Glam Cracker driving Bootylicious with her shoulder out of the track. Glam Cracker low to the ground. She is certainly one of the more experienced blockers in the game. She gets a lift off Purple and drives Bootylicious off the track again. again and again, and Outcast Demons managing to sneak their way past, making some quick points, calls that jam off. 3 points in front, that is enough to take out the win. Outcast Derby Demons take this game out, 141 points, playing the Coffs Coast Daughters of Mayhem, 138 points. Certainly a very, very close game. Demons take it. Yep, and that is the final official score. 141 for the Demons, 138 for the Daughters of Mayhem. Thank you so much to the two teams. Stacks on, Al Capone, G.I. Joey, Ned Shelley, Short R's, Barbie Killer, Purple, Cyclone Tracy, Hail Damage, Dodge and Glam Cracker from the Outcast Demons. And Without a Trace, Pandemonium, Bootalicious, Red Hot Scott, Domesticate, Otter Annihilation, Rika Havoc, Hadonna, and Bam Bam Boom from the Daughters of Mayhem. This was game 1 of the Tri-Wizard tournament. We will be back shortly with game 2.
Audio test. Audio test.
And welcome back to the stream for the Tri-Wizard tournament. My name is Melodrama, and we are about to see Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire, play Outcast Derby League, the Demons. Southside are going to be playing in the teal, also known as blue. Outcast are playing in the black, and playing for the S2D2 Freewee Fighter, Deviant D, Underbelly Morelli, Delinquent, Killer B, Sin City, Gnarly Quinn, Sparky, Clusterfrack, Debbie Does Damage, Impure Blonde, and Slamstein as the captain. And playing for Outcasts, we have Stacks On, Al Capone, G.I. Joey, Ned Shelley, Short R's, Purple, Cyclone Tracy, Hail Damage, Dodge, Glam Cracker, and Captain Barbie Killer. And if you were tuned in a short while ago, you would have seen the Outcast Derby Demons taking on Coffs Coast's Daughters of Mayhem. So you've got to think that maybe S2D2, the Empire, have an advantage here coming in with fresh legs. They are also have one player more than their opposition, and that will certainly give them a slight advantage in terms of penalties and also stamina. We also have referees and non-skating officials: Toto Rod, Wayne of War, Boom Tish, Major Skateholder, Axiom Addict, Game Over, Refanatrix, Deathly Bellows, Jugs Rules, Ref Prince, Cockless Monster, Switzerland, Chaos Bob, Raven Nix, High Rules, Gory Newman, Cheesemaniac, Even Steven, Whack Russell Terrier, Emily, Colonel Panic, and Vic. I also want to remind you of our sponsors. Corey Skates is home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. You can check them out at coreyskates.com. You can also check out Tavish. They are excellent in graphic design. That is tavish.com, tavishe.com. And the whistle blows for a start to Game 2 of the Tri-Wizard tournament. We have Delinquent jamming for the Derby Dolls. And she makes her way out in front. And it's lead jammer. Barbie Killer picks up lead jammer as for the Outcast Demons. Calls off the jam because there is no point having Delinquent hot on her heels. 0 added to each team. Debbie Does Damage on the jam line for Southside. She's up against Dodge. Dodge and Barbie Killer from the previous game. High rotation jammers. Let's see how their legs stand out. Debbie Damage skips on the outside line, only to be met by the rotating rectangle of Outcast Demons. Similarly, Dodge is met with a triangle of doom. However, Debbie is through. She's lead jammer for the Empire. And for new viewers, just a quick overview of the game. There are 5 players on each team on the track at each time. 4 of those players are blockers, 1 is a jammer. The jammer is denoted by a star on their helmet and is the only person who can score points. The jammers start behind the blockers. Their job is to make their way past the opposition players, scoring 1 point for every player they go past. Blockers' jobs is, of course, to stop the opposition jammer, but also to help the jammer on their team to make their way through. If a player does something wrong, gets sent to the penalty box, when the jammer goes past the first opposition blocker, they also get a point for any player that's in the penalty box. We have Stacks On from the Outcast Demons. Outcast are in the black and purple. Deviant D jamming for the Empire. She's in the teal and purple. And she is lead jammer. She comes screaming around there. S2 putting on the pace in this game nice and early. Underbelly Morelli sent to the penalty box. Deviant D, 5-point pass. Very unusual to see a jammer lap a jammer, but she managed to do that. Big 5 points for her trouble. She manages to make another 4-point pass and calls that jam off before Outcast can have any effect on the scoreboard at all. Scoreboard currently reads 13 points to the Empire after that 9-point jam. Nothing yet for the Outcast Demons. And just a reminder to all of you that we have 2 community bout partners today. One of them is the White Ribbon Project. So go and check them out, White Ribbon, pledging to stop domestic violence. And we also have the Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. Delinquent jamming up against Short R's. Delinquent from the Empire trying to make her way past a very persistent wall of Outcasts. Short R's similarly caught behind the Empire, but both jammers are out now. Delinquent in front, she's lead jammer. The lead jammer has the option of calling the jam off and will usually do so to stop the other team from scoring. Certainly Delinquent doing it then, scoring 1 point, calling the jam off, denying the Demons from having any points. Demons still on 0, Empire on 14. Jamming for the first time in this game. She's up against Debbie Damage. It's the Damage duo on the jammer line. Debbie does damage going through the inside, trying to find her way past the blockers. Certainly got a lot of hustle to her. Debbie Damage rewarded for her persistence, taking out the lead jammer position. Hail Damage, however, unable to complete her initial pass. And in the meantime, Debbie Damage skips her way through like a ninja. Sneaky, getting 5 points under Belly Morelli, delivering that final blow to Hail Damage, who manages to complete their initial pass. Debbie Damage going up and under, trying to make her way past Cyclone Tracy. Manages to do so and calls that jam off, denying Hail Damage. Players being in the penalty box. 24 points on the board for the Empire with only 5 jams out. Outcast calling a timeout, I dare say, to allow them to regroup. This is game 2 of the Tri-Wizard tournament. There is, of course, one more game to go after this, and that will be between Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire, and that will be against the Daughters of Mayhem from Coffs Coast. Thank you to all of you for watching out there today. Downunder Derby TV is very proud to be presenting all of these streams. There's getting to be a few tucked away into our archive, so please take the time, check it out. There are lots and lots of games from the 5x5 tournament, but there's also some halftime entertainment in there as well, so check those little segments out too. And back to the Derby, we have Deviant D on the jam line for the Empire, and she is up against the Outcast captain, Barbie Killer. Outcast are playing in the purple and black dresses. Barbie Killer trying to make her way through on the outside, going face to face with Impure Blonde, managing to make her way past Sin City, and she is the lead jammer now. Barbie Killer, captain of the Demons, and shortly behind her, Deviant D. Barbie Killer making her way past a couple of blockers. However, Deviant D, as she gets up to the back of the pack there, Barbie Killer calls that jam off. Delian Kent jamming for the Empire. She is up against Dodge from the Demons. And Dodge forced out by Clusterfrack, immediately forced to recycle to the back of the pack, back behind the jam line from whence she came. Delinquent, in the meantime, trying to take the inside line, but can't get past that wall until it is cleared out for her by Clusterfrack. In fact, that was Killer B. Dodge makes her way through, completing her initial pass. However, Delinquent is in front of her. Delinquent is the lead jammer and decides not to risk any points lost. Calls that jam off. The Empire seem to be bringing a bit of hustle to the game. The last game was certainly a slower pace. Empire with fresh legs coming into this particular bout. The question will be, is their level of fitness a little bit higher than the Outcast Demons? I suspect it is, but certainly it will show in about half an hour's time. Jamming for the south side, Debbie Damage makes her way through as lead jammer, stepping over bodies from the opposition. Dodge with a low centre of gravity. Stacks on. Frustrated behind the wall. Slamstein, Sin City holding her back. Sin City sent off for a multiplayer block. However, a 5-point pass to Debbie Damage. Stacks on finally through for her initial pass. In the meantime, Debbie does damage, keeps doing the rounds, 4 more points. She's skating nice and easy. She doesn't even look like she's going to break a sweat. She calls that jam off. Just points to the Empire's cash of 33. Short R is jamming for the Outcast Demons. Short R is trying to catch a lift there from her blockers. Tries to squish past Gnarly Quinn. In the meantime, Southside Deviant D through as lead jammer and hitting the back of the pack. Putting some quick points on there. Forced out of bounds. However, the player that forced her out of bounds had fallen herself. G.I. Joey forced to concede, and Deviant D does not have to go behind her. Deviant D through for another 5-point pass. Southside using the triangle cluster frack, trying to hold back a baby on her own. Short R is frustrated, unable to make her way back to the pack. Southside certainly dominating the track right now. 14 points in that particular jam, taking the Just a reminder to you that Corey Skates is the home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. CoreySkates.com, C-O-R-E-Y, CoreySkates.com, home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. And we have Delinquent jamming for Southside, and she is up against Barbie Killer for the Outcast Demons. Empire lead jammer yet again. Demons absolutely behind the 8 ball. If they're unable to get lead jammer, they are unable to control the calling off of the jams. Barbie Killer absolutely reabsorbed Sin City. Such persistence. Freewee fighter as well. It's an unbeatable wall of blockers there. Impure Blonde weighing in there. A lot of persistence going on. Southside trying to call that jam off from the ground. 5 more points. Manager is going to want to stop the stem, the tide. I might start that one again. OCD, bench manager, calling a time out. Commissar hoping to stem the tide of points that keeps flowing in the direction of the Empire. In the meantime, referees taking the opportunity to fix the track as they go. If you pick your one, does it ever get better?
There is a cost of chocolate ball, $2 a spin, every spin is a win.
Alrighty, and we are back on track. Getting down low, Debbie does damage. Let's see if someone can make her break a sweat. She's got that easy does it style that seems to be scoring all of the points. She goes to the inside line. In the meantime, Hail Damage, the damage duo. She is caught behind a persistent wall of Southside. Debbie Damage through as she goes through. She's seeming a little bit unstoppable at the moment. She gets a power jam. Hail Damage sent off for a track cut as forced by the Southside blockers. Debbie Damage able to get through as the no pack is called on Ned Shelley. 5 points for her trouble. She gets 1 point for every player on the track, and she also gets a point for anyone in the penalty box when she goes past that first blocker. Demons forming the triangle, however, no pack called. They need to let Debbie through for her another 5 point pass. In the meantime, Glam Cracker has been caught behind the wall of Southside. That's what we call catching the baby or eating the baby or catching a goat. You can call it what you like, it seems. In any case, it allows Debbie Damage to go through for another 5 point pass as Southside are able to hold back the speed of the pack. Glam Cracker going for the big hit on Debbie Damage. In the meantime, Hail Damage on the outside line. She has completed her initial pass for the Outcast Demons, only to have Debbie Does Damage call that jam off after scoring.
Hail Damage on
Jam there for Debbie. 18 points added to the Empire's score. Just a reminder that Tavish Designs can be found at tavish.com. Tavishe. That's Tavishe, really? .com. And they are excellence in graphic design. And we have Southside skipping out in front. She is Deviant D. Skating away in the teal, hitting the pack after completing her initial pass. In the meantime, OCD stuck behind a persistent wall. Dodge having a lot of trouble getting through. A collapse of blockers on top of her doesn't help. Slam side, Sin City. Freeway Fighter all recycling there, giving her an awfully hard time. Dodge unable to get past those blockers. Sin City looking to the referees, and they call a forearm for that particular block, and that forces her to the penalty box, giving Southside a power jam. Deviant D through for her 5-point pass. There are two blockers from OCD, sorry, one blocker from OCD in the penalty box. That's a massive advantage for a team like Southside. They will take any little advantage that they have and blow it out of all proportions. And as you see, Deviant D rounding the outside and squeezing through the middle behind G.I. Joey. And Ned Shelley is a tiny gap, but she manages to thread the eye there, getting 5 more points for that pass. 25 points in that jam. "13 minutes left in this half." That makes it the first half of the half. Empire calling a timeout. That's Patrick Skatefish, you see, bench managing for the South Side, the Empire. In the role of the bench managers, there are usually two, one in the front telling the blockers and the jammers what to do as they go around the track. They have a better view of the overall game rather than being right in the thick of it as you are when you're playing. The other bench manager is looking after the lineups, that is, deciding what players should go on for that particular jam. This job becomes more and more crucial as players start to accumulate more and more penalties. Players are only allowed 7 penalties in a particular game. If they get 7 penalties, they are fouled out and have to run away, go to the showers, hang their head in shame. Slight advantage given to the Empire with one blocker in the penalty box. Cyclone Tracy is standing though. That means she's only got less than 10 seconds to go in her 30-second penalty. She returns to the track. So does their jammer Dodge. So both jammers are now on the track. No pack called, and that means that Delinquent manages to make her way through, and she is lead jammer for the Empire. Dodge has completed her initial pass. Of course, the first time that jammers make their way through the pack does not count for points. It is their initial pass. The first jammer to complete their initial pass without picking up a penalty gets to be the lead jammer. The advantage of lead jammer is that that player can call a jam off when they deem it strategically best. Stacks on jamming for OCD. She is in the black and purple dress. Debbie Does Damage is jamming in the teal. She is jamming for Southside, the Empire. Debbie Damage swinging her way backwards on her toes. She's forced to go behind Glamcracker. Glamcracker still causing all sorts of trouble for Debbie Damage, but she finally manages to make her way past, only to meet Cyclone Tracy out in front. The Empire manages to anchor themselves in the back there, blockers forcing a no-pack situation, allowing their jammer through. Debbie Damage back on her toes and back past Cyclone Tracy, trying to give her a booty block to no avail. 5 points added to Debbie's total. She's certainly going to be in contention for being a lead scorer in this particular game. Debbie Damage making it look easy, making it look like there's not a lot of effort going in, but I think that is actually not true. I think she's putting in a lot of effort and just making it look very streamlined and very easy. 5 more points for her. Stacks on, struggling in the back there. Very persistent blocking going on from the Empire, holding her back, reforming, making that wall impenetrable. Every time she breaks through a little bit, someone else jumps in and fills that gap. Debbie Damage scoring points out in front. She gets 4 more. 14-point jam for Debbie. She is certainly scoring in big, big chunks. OCD, unfortunately for them, not able to get past that one jam where they scored those 4 points. The Empire managing to go past the 100-point mark there. And we have 14 jams into this game. Just over 10 minutes left in this half. Hail damage jamming for OCD. However, Deviant D managing to bust on through. She is lead jammer for the Empire. OCD, another blocker sent to the penalty box. Followed shortly by their jammer. Hail damage in the penalty box. Giving Deviant D a power jam. Certainly not what OCD would like. Deviant D slipping away on the inside there, making it look like no one was watching. Under Melly Morelli trying to organise her pack there in pure blonde with the pivot stripe on her helmet. That means that she is the boss of the blockers. She gets to tell them what tactics she would like them to use. The Empire using a configuration 2 and 2, but not needed. Deviant D, that jam called off after Deviant D scores 15 points. Delinquent back on the jam line for the Empire. Short R's jamming for Outcast Derby Dolls. Short R's jumping around there. Lucky to avoid a penalty for that action. Delinquent copying a massive block there from Cyclone Tracy. However, that block illegal. Cyclone on the way to the penalty box. In the meantime, Deviant D finishing her initial pass, and she is through as lead jammer. Outcast again with the disadvantage, not enough blockers on the track. Deviant D managing to slip left and right and evade the last standing blocker there from OCD. Short R's frustrated behind Freewee, Sin City and Slam Sign. That jam 5 more to the Empire. The Empire just keeping that scoreboard ticking on. They are going to increase their lead little by little. 7.5 minutes left in this first half. Debbie does damage on the toe stops again. Skipping around, trying to get past those last two blockers until referee Wayne Ball calls no pack, and Debbie Damage is free to skate as lead jammer. In the meantime, Dodge still at the back of the pack there, trying to get past Underbelly Morelli. Unfortunately for her, she cops the inside line. She has to recycle to the back of the pack to avoid a track cut. When a player bumps you out of play, you need to return back onto the track behind the player that bumped you out. The only exception is, of course, when that player is out of play themselves, and that may be outside of the track, or it might be that they've fallen over. Just a reminder to you that we have sponsors, and without our sponsors, you wouldn't be able to hear us. Corey Skates is home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. Corey Skates is home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. You can find the Aussie Scott Wheel at coreyskates.com. Deviant D jamming for the Empire. The Empire only fielding 3 different jammers today so far. Deviant D, as successful as her counterparts, she is through for lead. Lead jammer is indicated by the jam referee pointing at the player and making an L symbol with their other hand. Deviant D making her way past G.I. Joey, finally through, and that is a 5-point pass for her. In the meantime, Stacks On is jamming for the Outcast Demons. She's just completed her initial pass. Deviant D will probably make her way through, score the points, and call the jam off. 4 points, but she does not call the jam off, putting all of her trust in her blockers, trusting that she can make another scoring pass while her blockers hold back OCD. And that does seem to have paid off as Deviant D just chugs her way on through, marching on 5 more points. Stacks On, frustrated behind the wall of Impure Blonde, Slamstein, and Freewee Fighter. Those 3 making a triangle, making it very, very difficult for anyone to get through. In the meantime, Sin City holding back one of their jammers, trying to catch the baby that is purple. The baby isn't purple. Purple is the name of the skater that was the baby. 5 more points to Deviant D, and she just keeps on skating. If you're going to score 5 or 4 on each of those passes, I'd keep on skating too. 20 points for that jam. However, 3 points added to OCD's score, and they have gone to 7 points. Just over 4 minutes left in this half. OCD have put short R's on the jam line for them, and she is up against Gnarly Quinn. Gnarly Quinn jamming for the first time in this bout. She's on the jammer line in the teal for the Empire. And lead jammer given to OCD this time round. Short R's happy with her achievement. Gnarly Quinn, however, only half a track behind her. That distance will be made up very, very quickly. Short R's goes past maybe one blocker, calls that jam off before Gnarly Quinn has any opportunity to score any points, and that's a 2-point advantage to OCD. Terrific effort for them. 9 points for OCD. There is just over 3 minutes left in this half. And this gives me an excellent opportunity to tell you that Tavish Designs are excellent in graphic design. Tavish Designs, that's tavish.com. Thank you also to the people from Downunder Derby TV. They are the ones that bring us this stream. They're doing a fantastic job today, and there is lots of stuff in the cache for you to have a look at. Slamstein, captain of the Southside Empire, she comes on for her first jam, uses a forearm, gets sent to the penalty box, giving a power jam to hail damage from the Outcast Demons. No other players in the penalty box. That means 2 full packs of 4 players each. Hail damage, mashing her way through, completes her initial pass and is lead jammer. That means she has the advantage of being able to call this jam off whenever she wants to. She has an opportunity to put some points on the board, much needed at this point of the game. However, the persistence of the blocking from Southside having to anchor themselves to the back of the pack so that they avoid a no-pack situation. Freewee Fighter up the front with Sin City being very persistent there, holding hail damage back, giving enough time to see the return of Slamstein to the track. Sin City very excited to be saying, come behind me. And against all odds, Slamstein through to complete her initial pass. She's held up between the blockers, Glamcracker, G.I. Joey. And that jam called off. Lots of points there given out. 5 points for OCD. Demons taking their score to 14 with 1 minute left for this half. Gnarly Quinn back on the jammer line for the Empire. Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire, playing in the teal today. We've got Barbie Killer from the Outcast Derby Demons. Barbie Killer, captain and jammer. Looking a little uncertain on her feet for a moment there. And in the meantime, Gnarly Quinn bouncing around in the back of G.I. Joey, but she is through as lead jammer. Barbie Killer charging her way past Debbie Damage, and she is through for her initial pass as well, but in the meantime, Gnarly Quinn calls that jam off. This gives us an opportunity to tell you about our sponsors here today. We have a few. We have Corey Skates. They are the home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. Thanks so much to Corey Skates. Without Corey Skates, there would be no telecast today. If you're in a position where you have a company or you work for a company that you think might benefit from having some advertising on these streams, we'd love to talk to you. Our rates are very, very reasonable, and you get to hear my dulcet tones saying your company name, just like Corey Skates. You can, of course, find all of our companies on the internet. Corey Skates is at COREYSKATES, CoreySkates.com. We'd also like to send a very special thank you to Tavish Designs. Tavish Designs brings us excellence in graphic design, and you can find them at tavish.com, TAVISHE.com.
Well, let's have a hand for Ned Shelley. She makes her way off the track.
And thank you so much to the Surf Lifesavers who are providing us with paramedical attention. And they've just attended to Ned Shelley, who's clearly hurt something, possibly her ankle. And the game will recommence very, very shortly. There's only 6 seconds left on the clock to half-time. It's possible that the referees are calling half-time. Referee Wayne of War says, yes, half-time. The Empire goes in with a massive lead. OCD, 14 points on the board. We will be back here in about 10 minutes. We are back with only a few seconds left of half-time. Skaters are on the track. Empire with a huge advantage on the board there, and they are fielding Delinquent. She is skating in the teal and the black, and she is skating up against Gemma Dodge from the Outcast Demons. Both teams are poised, waiting for Gory Newman to blow the whistle. He does, and they're off. Delinquent making her way with the pack of OCD as she gets a little bit of a lift from Killer Bee, and she is through as lead jammer. And that has pretty much been the pattern for the first half of this game. Southside dominating with lead jammer in almost every jam of that last half. Dodge stuck behind a wall of Southsiders, pushed out of bounds by one of the Southside blockers there, having to recycle to the back of the pack. She has not completed her initial pass. However, Delinquent is scoring points as she goes on through. Toe on the line, lucky to miss a track cut, but gets 5 points instead. Killer Bee forcing Dodge out of bounds again, getting some help from Clusterfrack. Southside working very well together as a team of blockers. They are focused in that triangle. Deviant D breaking off and acting as a brace. Just trying to stop Dodge, but she is through and completed her initial pass. Delinquent does a 5-point pass. She'll hit the back of the pack and calls that jam off after her hips roll past three more players. Points count as the jammers hips pass the hips of the opposition blockers, opposition players. That jam a huge start to the Empire, 18 points from that particular jam. Fatigue starting to set in for OCD. This is their second game for today. Back-to-back games certainly taking its toll. Skipping her way on down, Slamstein. She's captain for the Empire today, and she is lead jammer. She hits the pack of blockers. She is forced out by Glam Cracker and has to call that jam off in an attempt to stop a score from Barbie Killer. However, that didn't work. Barbie Killer manages to pass 4 players while Sam Stein only passed 3. That jam 1 point in favour of the Demons. The Demons are on 18 points. Debbie Damage jamming up against Short R's. Debbie trying to push her way past Cyclone Trice in the back of that pack. Debbie making her way past Hail Damage, and she is through again as lead jammer. I believe she's been lead jammer every time she has jammed. And every time she has jammed, she has scored massive amounts of points. Debbie making it look easy, but doing all the work. In the meantime, her blockers are holding back Short R's. Debbie through for another 5-point pass. She does the 5 points, even though Short R's is still on the track. And Short R's stopped behind that cycling triangle of defence. OCD for a short time with the pack advantage. However, now one of their players sent to the penalty box, both packs with only 3 players. Debbie Damage through for another 5-point pass. In the meantime, Short R's still unable to get through the pack. Cyclone Tracy coming in over the top of Underbelly Morelli, using her elbow and sent off for her trouble. She doesn't look very sorry about that. She's giggling. Debbie calls that jam off. 10 points added to the Empire's total. 14 points in the Empire, managing to crack the 200 mark. Demons will have to keep on playing regardless of whether they feel they can win at this point. It may come to a points differential if the scores are tied at the end of the tournament, so both teams are playing for maximum point differentials. Thank you, of course, to all of our skating and non-skating officials. Jam has started Killer B, trying to find the inside line. Nearly had it. If she kept to her feet, she could have gotten lead there, but unfortunately lunging too far forward. Lead Jammer going to to Gnarly Quinn. Gnarly Quinn seeing a big gap on the outside, stepping on through it, then calling that jam off. Dodge unable to make her way to her, meaning that Southside scores another 4 points. Just a quick shout out to one of our community partners here today, that is Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. Check out their website. Rescue is their favourite breed. Sydney Dogs and Cats Home could use a bit of a hand from you. So if you or if anyone you know is looking for a dog or cat, have a look at Sydney Dogs and Cats Home's website. Glam Cracker jamming for OCD for the first time today, and she gets lead jammer and is celebrating that. Well, she should. She gets the opportunity to pull and jam off whenever she wants to, but she's going to be trying to score some points first. In the meantime, Delinquent is closing on her heels. Glam Cracker having some trouble getting past Deviant D. She's past 3 skaters. Does she call the jam off? She does, but was it before Delinquent could score? No, it wasn't. Delinquent scoring 2 points. Glam scoring 3. Only 1 point, the net advantage to OCD there. OCD sitting on 21 points for this bout. And back jamming for OCD, we have Short R's. She is in the black and purple dress. She is up against Sin City, jamming for the first time in this bout. Sin City, the jogging on the spot, trying to get past those blockers. Blockers are forced to let her through as the pack is broken. Sin City through his lead jammer. Short R's trying to make her way past a wall of reforming Empire players. 5 points to Sin City as she has actually passed the opposition jammer. Short R's needing to have some assistance from her blockers. Her blockers offering a passive assistance by trying to break the wall. Short R's deciding to be the 5th blocker, or the 4th blocker, as their 5th blocker is in the penalty box. However, Sin City too quick for them, dodging left and right, taking a lift from her blockers, managing to score another 5 points. 10 more points added to the Empire's total. Another one of the community partners today is the White Ribbon Project. If you've not heard of the White Ribbon Project, they're the ones that ask you to make a pledge to never stand for domestic violence. You can find them on the internet, White Ribbon Project. And they are a proud community partner of the Tribe Wizard tournament. In the meantime, jamming for the Outcast Demons is G.I. Joey, her first jam for today. Both jammers stuck behind blockers. Terrific work there from Barbie Killer. Barbie Killer, one of the high rotation jammers. However, right now, G.I. Joey, the jammer for OCD, sent to the penalty box for a track cut. That gives a power jam to Southside. Gnarly Quinn jamming in a power jam situation. Pack advantage going to Southside again. Only 2 blockers on the track from OCD. A full complement in the penalty box for them. And Gnarly Killer makes her way through for her initial pass. Jammer G.I. Joey standing in the penalty box. In the past few jams, we have seen the jammers from Southside put their trust in the blockers and not call the jam off when you might think they would, knowing that their blockers are strong enough to hold back the opposition jammer. And here we see Deviant D and Undermelly Morelli doing just that, getting backed up by Delinquent and Killer B. And all the while, Gnarly Quinn just skips her way through, scores another 5 points. G.I. Joey starting to look pretty tired there. Killer B thinking that she'd forced her out of bounds, trying to recycle her to the back of the pack. But there was no such track cut, but 4 more points to Southside. That jam, another big one. 14 points for the Empire. Captain of Southside, Slamstone, on the jammer line. She's up against Glamcracker. Glamcracker trying to push her way past Impure Blonde, having to go to the inside line, but is caught there behind some blockers. Glamcracker sent off to the penalty box. Another power jam for Southside. Block to the head, or block with the head, pardon me. Glamcracker, hard to believe that she could reach up anywhere significant, but she did manage to block someone from Southside. She gets 30 seconds in the penalty box. That is Slamstone picking up a 5-point pass because she gets 1 point for every player on the track and 1 for everyone in the penalty box. She's going to take as much advantage of this 30-second break as she can. However, Purple trying to stop the flow, using Dodge as a ramming pole. Cyclone Tracy going it alone, shoulder to shoulder with Slamstone. In the meantime, Glamcracker stands in the penalty box and she's back on the track. Impure Blonde thinking that she'd forced the penalty cut, but referees do not agree. And Glamcracker, as she gets some pace up, jam is called off. Another 10 points added to the Empire. Empire completely dominating this game. Empire, of course, with a bit more experience on the track. The Demons, I believe, only having their 2nd birthday in October. If you remember what you were like when you were 2, you have a marvellous memory. Harvey Killer jamming for OCD, caught behind that persistent and consistent wall of jammers from Southside. Clusterfrack jamming for the first time today for Southside. More blockers sent to the penalty box for OCD. Of course, it becomes easier the more fatigued you are to do the wrong thing. OCD are going to start to feel the pain of being 1 player short and having played more bouts. Sin City drifting across the front of OCD Jammer, not actually having very much effect. She has to go back in the pack and read. Total. Cyclone Tracy takes the jam star now for the Outcast Demons. As I said before, Demons starting with only 11 players. They will be clocking up lots of penalties and lots of fatigue will become an issue. The referee is calling a timeout as Jugs rules. Just confers with the scorekeepers what is meant to have been recorded for each team. In the meantime, let me get my words muddled up as I try to remind you about our sponsors. We have Corey Skates, home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. You can find that at coreyskates.com. We also have Tavish Designs. Their excellence in graphic design that you can find at tavish.com. And we're back. Cyclone Tracy jamming for the Outcast Demons. And she's up against Delinquent for the Empire. The Empire, of course, with the home ground advantage, although watching their blockers being as persistent and consistent as they have been today, and watching their jammers with all of that energy and enthusiasm, you would think the home ground advantage makes not a lot of difference. However, Cyclone Tracy, lead jammer for OCD, not something that's happened very often in this particular bout. Cyclone Tracy, one of the more experienced players on the track for OCD. She is bushed up against Impure Blonde. Sneaks away on the inside, calls the jam off after scoring 3 points. That's a 1 point net advantage to OCD. Their score goes to 24 with just over 14 minutes left in this game. OCD calling for a timeout. It looks like bench manager Commissar is doing a little survey. Hands up, who's having a fun time? You see all of their hands shoot up. Keep going, yeah, it's fun. Referee's taking all of the opportunities to fix the track. And just a reminder to you that there is actually one more match-up left in this tournament. We are still to see Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire, meet the Coffs Coast Derby Daughters of Mayhem. Certainly a nail-biter the previous bout where we saw Coffs Coasts meet the Outcast Derby Demons. It was fairly well matched. Daughters of Mayhem were in front for most of the game. Then it came down to the last jam. This game much more one-sided. The Empire dominating the track today. Slamstein jamming for them. Demons looking at a new jammer, Al Capone. New for today in any case, and she manages to sneak her way through the inside line, and she is out for her initial pass. Terrific job there, Al Capone. However, lead jammer Slamstein has the option of calling the jam off whenever she wants to. She does so as she sails past one player. 1 point added to Southside's score. Slamstein pretty pleased with her achievement. Glamcracker returning to the jammer line for the Outcast Demons. She's going to jam against Delinquent from Southside. Glamcracker getting down even lower than she ordinarily is, and she is using muscle power to try to step away on the inside there. Having to avoid a track cut, but doesn't manage to avoid it. She is called for a track cut, and that gives Southside another power jam opportunity. Delinquent whizzes around the track. She doesn't want to waste any time. And Pure Blonde goes in there, takes out Cyclone Tracy, giving Delinquent less to worry about. Delinquent knocked out of bounds, but the player knocking her out of bounds also goes out of bounds, which means she can join the track whenever she wants. And she scores a 5-point pass. Sin City trying to hold back Cyclone Tracy there, making sure she has no impact on the pack. Sin City having a little cuddle with Cyclone Tracy. And gets sent off. A hugging infringement. Players looking very confused, not sure whether Delinquent can call the jam off or not. She has been asked to leave by Freewee Fighter. Much confusion. Both jammers off the track. That means each jammer will spend as much time in the penalty box as each other. But that jam is called off, which means this next jam will start with no jammer. No jammer means no points. No points means, what are we doing? All of the rules getting taken out of the rule book pockets. Lots of referee chats going on around the track. Glam Cracker seems to have been released from the penalty box. And it looks like she's actually been fouled out of the game. 7 penalties is all you need to be fouled out of the game. That means someone else will have to go and sit in the penalty box on her behalf. Commissar is handing the star on to Hail Damage. So Hail Damage will start off in the penalty box, I think. If you think I'm confused, you should see the faces I can see from here. Hail Damage has come back onto the track, so that suggests that Glamcracker's time in the penalty box was served. However, the Empire will start with their jammer in the penalty box, giving a power jam to Hail Damage. Underbelly Morelli, Killer B, and another blocker who I cannot see. Oh, it is Deviant D. Those 3 are the starting blockers for the Empire. They are already in a triangle formation. Underbelly Morelli will be using the other 2 players as her boxing gloves to stop Hail Damage from getting through. They smush together. No pack is called because of the passive resistance that is offered by the Outcast blockers. No pack called again, and Hail Damage is through. Lead jammer, south side, another blocker sent to the penalty box, giving the pack advantage to the Demons. Hail Damage up on the toe stops, having to go to the back of the pack to avoid the track cut. She bounces off. Bounces off Deviant D, gets through. 5-point pass. That's what we want to see from OCD. Their scores now 29. Sin City sent to the penalty box, giving a pack advantage of 2-4 to OCD. That jam comes to an end. That was 5 points for the Demons. Just over 10 minutes left in this game. Full pack on the track for OCD. Cyclone Tracy jamming again for the Demons. Gnarly Quinn jamming for Southside. 2 blockers in the penalty bin for Southside. 1 is standing. That means she'll be on in less than 10 seconds. The pack just rolls on forward slowly while Cyclone Tracy busts on through. That's 2 jams, 2 lead jams. I'm guessing she's going to be jamming a whole bunch more in the next 10 minutes. She manages to sneak on through the inside, caught the blockers sleeping, and that's a 5-point pass for her troubles. Cyclone Tracy now trying on the outside. She has enough speed to be able to get through for another 5-point pass. First time today, Southside Derby Dolls caught flat-footed. Blockers not keeping an eye on Cyclone Tracy, and she gets through. That's 10 points for the Demons, 39 points in total for this bout. Clusterfrack back on the jammer line for the Empire. Empire playing in the teal today. That's just blue. And jamming for the Outcast Demons in the purple and black, we have G.I. Joey. Joey caught behind the stubbornness of Southside. In the meantime, Cluster is through as lead jammer. As Cluster rounds that fourth bend, she looks at her choices, slows down and goes in bum first. She's bouncing around like a pinball, trying to make her way past the blockers. She will find a gap if she sticks with it. In the meantime, G.I. Joey has made her initial pass. Cluster denies her the opportunity by calling that jam off. No points to the Demons, 4 points to the Empire. Alrighty, Delinquent back on the track for Southside. 8 minutes to go. She is jamming up against Al Capone. Al Capone sneaking away on the right side. Sin City running on the inside, trying to catch her before she can make her way through the pack. In the meantime, Delinquent makes her way through. She's lead jammer. Big hit there from Underbelly Morelli, knocking Al Capone out of bounds. And the referee, Boom Tish, has called that a track cut, giving a power jam to Delinquent. Barbie Killer in purple trying to hold back Delinquent. Trying to take the sting off that power jam. However, Delinquent calling that jam off, which means that Southside will go into the next jam in a power jam situation. Southside bench manager Patrick Starfish giving Debbie Damage the opportunity to be the power jammer. She has delivered 10 points upwards on each of her jams in the last jams, and that was with another jammer on the track. Debbie goes right and left, tries to sway her way through the inside, but ends up on the outside. OCD blockers reforming in the front, but Debbie is through on the inside line. The pack is stationary, waiting for Debbie to catch up. Stacks on, the only opposition there. Cyclone Tracy trying to stop her with her bum, unable to do so. Debbie is through for another 5-point pass. In the meantime, we see Al Capone trying to catch a lift off her blocker, unable to do so. She is knocked out of bounds behind Killer B. Al Capone surveying the track, trying to figure out the best way to go through. She's catching a lift off her blockers, and now she finds Killer B again. Underbelly Morelli, the persistent shoulder charge. She forces Al Capone off the track, and Underbelly is there to meet her when she returns. That jam called off. OCD unable to complete their initial pass. However, Debbie Damage adding 13 points to the Empire's score. Only 5.5 minutes left to go in this jam. Referee's calling a timeout there. I believe they're conferring about penalties. And just a reminder who has been playing here today in this particular bout. We have from Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire, Freewee Fighter, Deviant D, Underbelly Morelli, Captain Slamstone, Delinquent, Killer Bee, Sin City, Gnarly Quinn, Sparky, Clusterfrack, Debbie Does Damage, and Impure Blonde. And playing for the Outcast Derby Demons, Stacks On, Al Capone, G.I. Joey, Ned Shelley, Short R's, Barbie Killer captaining, Purple, Cyclone Tracy, Hail Damage, Dodge, and Glam Cracker. And jamming now for Southside, we have Sin City. She is streaked out in front and is lead jammer. Jamming for the Demons, we have Hail Damage, who is frustrated by the blockers in front of her. 4 of them reforming one after the other in front of her. Slamstone offering her that final block as Hail Damage goes on through to complete her initial pass. Sin City sent off the track. She's in the penalty box, giving the Outcast Demons the opportunity to score all the points in this jam. Hail Damage getting a lift off her blockers. They've gone with the more active blocking strategy rather than hanging back and trying to bust up the pack, and that gets her through for a 5-point pass. Sin City back on the track. She's just a little in front of Hail Damage. She is jogging her way on through. She's allowed to pass and scores 4 points there. Hail Damage a little slower to come on out. She gets on out and she tries to call that jam off, but is not lead jammer. Unable to call that jam off. This jam will go for 23 more seconds, the full 2 minutes in total for this jam. Hail Damage certainly starting to look pretty fatigued. Sin City, however, fresh as the day she was born. She is through for a 5-point pass there, managing to actually pass Hail Damage as well. Hail Damage forced out of bounds, and that jam comes to an end. 13 points given to the Empire, 9 points to the Demons. 12 points to the Demons. Empire managing to come out 1 point ahead, even though they had that power jam against them. Just over 2 minutes left in this game. There will probably be another 2 jams. This particular jam sees Cyclone Tracy up on the jammer line for the Demons, and she is up against Delinquent. Cyclone Tracy stuck behind the blockers still, trying to go up the inside line, busts through the pack, finishes her initial pass as quickly as Delinquent, but is caught behind Killer Bee, who skates around with her. Both jammers out now. Southside in the dominant position of lead jammer. Delinquent charges past those blockers and then calls the jam off, adding 3 points to their score. Thank you to the skating and non-skating officials that we've had here today. They are Tota Rod, Wayne of War, Boom Tish, Major Skateholder, Axiom Addict, Game Over, Refenatrix, Deathly Blows, Jugs Rules, Ref Prince, Cockless Monster, Switzerland, Chaos Bob, Raven X, High Rules, Gory Newman, Cheesemaniac, Even Steven, Whack Russell Terrier, Emily, Colonel Panic, and Vic. And back on the track, we see Southside trying to bust on through for lead jammer. Will it happen? She is driven off the track. In the meantime, Freewee Fighter forces jammer Purple off the track. Purple jamming for the first time today for Outcasts. And finally, lead jammer. It took a while to get a lead jammer there, nearly 45 seconds. Gnarly Quinn is out and about and now on her her scoring pass. Purple trying to edge her way through for her initial pass. She makes it through backwards but is hunted down by the persistence of the south side blocker. And the defensive south side swallows up purple again. Only 15 seconds left on the game clock, 30 seconds left on the jam clock. You might think this is the final jam. OCD looking like they've left nothing in the tank. This is their last for today. Southside have to come back on in a few minutes and go again. Purple finishes her initial pass. In the meantime, Gnarly Quinn jamming for Southside, calls that jam off from off the track. That is the unofficial end of the game. Scoreboard currently reads 307 to the Empire, 51 to Outcast Derby Demons. We just wait for confirmation from the referees. They are checking the scores. They are doing quick maths. In the meantime, let me remind you to be kind to our sponsors. They, of course, are Tavish Designs, excellence in graphic design, and Corey Skates, home of the Aussie Scott Wheel. And referee Wayne of War calls that the day. He says it is the final score, 307 to Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire playing 51 Outcast Derby Demons. My name is Melodrama, and we will have another bout for you, the final in this Tri-Wizard tournament, in just a few moments.
One, sorry. You have to say a spell when you're looking as well. You can all choose your own spell. Okay, first question. What breed is Hagrid's pet dragon?
A Norwegian ringback.
That's correct. Question number 2. What is the newspaper that frequently appears in all 8 books?
That's well, there are only 7 books and it's the Daily Potter.
There's 8. I made another one up. It's called Harry Potter and the Beard. It's about me and him. And Channing Tatum, my best friend. What is Luna's Patronus?
It's a hare.
Hair on the head? It's a rabbit. Slow down. Just a little bit, yeah. We're trying to play fair. What is Hagrid's full title at Hogwarts?
Groundskeeper.
Full title.
Keeper of keys and grounds of Hogwarts.
Yeah.
Keeper of the keys. At what address did Harry live with Vernon and Petunia Dursley? Number 4, Privet Drive, Little.
I think I should just say it. What spell conjures up the dark mark in the air? Can we give a friend one? No? No?
Morris Morte.
I'm glad you could say that because I couldn't. Too many companies. You're not allowed in this next round, so we're just barring you from this one round. So you can. Is that okay? That's cool. Yeah. What is the name of Ron's pet rat?
Scabbard.
Yes. Yeah, very good. And you're out of this one as well. Come on. No, everyone back in again. What is the name of the shop opened in Diagon Alley by Fred and George Weasley?
Weasley's Visiting Wizards.
That is correct. Alright. Only 2 left, so going pretty well. It's a tough one. It's a tight game. What is Albus Dumbledore's full name?
Albus Wilfrid Brian. Albus Wilfrid Brian Dumbledore. Albus Wilfrid Brian Dumbledore.
Yep. I'm just going to open this one up. You all need to get this one. What special tournament took place at Hogwarts between the 3 schools in the Goblet of Fire? You can all yell at it at the same time.
Primary tournament. I'm not playing.
You're not playing though. You cheated. You cheated. No, there was an 8th book. It was Harry Potter and the Beard with Channing Tatum. Okay, so we have a winner. It is Panda. Yeah. Questions? Yeah. So which one's Fred and George? If you get this wrong.
Because I hugged her earlier.
So just see Silla up the back. You did get one right. I've still got your one, Laney. And your one that where it's very close. I was trying to get one. I think like one easy one and one hard one. And someone was like, no, that one's too hard. It's like the hardest one imaginable.
Hello and welcome to Game 3 of the Tri-Wizard tournament here at Hurstville Aquatic Centre, home of S2D2 Southside Derby Dolls, and it is the Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire, taking on Coffs Coast Derby, Daughters of Mayhem. I'm Mike Mann, and I'm joined by no one else other than my good old self here today for this final game of the evening. Hope you've been enjoying the Derby so far. Brought to you on Downunder Derby TV. Big thanks to our crew today, Robertson Dunn, also known as Mr. Ripper, G. Mitchell, Jared Quinn and Ashley Howes, as well as S2D2 for bringing us this stream. Lining up today in black for Coffs Coast Derby, Daughters of Mayhem, we'll have number 183 Without a Trace, 277 Panda Minimum, 37 Bootylicious, 42 Red Hot Scott, 50S Domesticati, 666 Otter Annihilation, number 7 Rika Havoc, 777 Hardonna, and 9001 Bambi Boom. In purple today, your home team, the Empire, from the Southside Derby Dolls, number 187 Freewee Fighter, number 2 Deviant D, number 20 Underbelly Morelli, 231 Slamstein, 247 Delinquent, 27 Killer Bee, 28 Sin City, 367 Gnarly Quinn, 64 Sparky, 75 Clusterfrack, 78 Debbie Does Damage, and 81 Impure Blonde. If you are just joining us today, we've had 2 bouts already today, and Coffs Coast going down in the first game by just 3 points to the Outcast Demons. And in Game 2, it was Southside's the Empire with a healthy 200-point win over the Outcast Demons. Southside Derby Dolls and the Empire, they will be backing up in back-to-back games. Coffs Coast coming in well-rested with a couple of hours between games here. So 2 ways to look at that. One is they may have cooled down just enough to not be feeling so good and feeling the effects of the first game, or perhaps they are fresh and ready to go, whereas Southside, well, they may still be warm from the last game, finished just 45 minutes ago, or they may be really feeling the effects of that one. And what was a brutal second half. The scoreline there was a healthy win to Southside, but it doesn't really tell the story of the second half. It was quite an easy first half for Southside, but OCD really came back at them hard in that second half. Some big hits and some really tough play. Took it out of the Southside Derby Dolls there. Of course, both teams with lots to play for here. These games count towards their rankings in the Eastern Region tournament. Both teams looking to try and get into that top ranking to make the finals of Eastern Region. I think in October this year, the October long weekend traditionally is when that tournament is held, and there are more teams than there are places in that tournament. So every point here counts towards your differential. So skate till the last jam is the key message there. Our first lineups have hit the track. And it will be number 39, Bootylicious, up against Sparky. Sparky in purple for the Empire, and Bootylicious in black for the Daughters of Mayhem. Five seconds is called. Skaters take their position. Crouch down like starting on the starting blocks, and whistle goes, and they're not exactly off to a flying start, but Sparky finds some room up the inside but gets shut down quickly there by Without a Trace. Good work, as Killer Bee also does some good work there on Bootylicious, but Bootylicious picks up lead jammer after getting sucked back into the pack. Sparky in the meantime manages to get through and is around. Bootylicious should be calling this off. Sparky, well, she may have picked up a point there. No, instead she's picked up a back block after the whistle, and she's going to be headed to the penalty box and it will be a power jam here. Deviant D will need to leave the track. Bench manager needs to get that sorted, and she's off now. Hardonna, number 777, jamming now for Daughters of Mayhem, and it will be a power jam in the second jam of this game. Hardonna having some trouble with Sin City at the front there. Sin City looking to hold her up as long as possible. She's out of play though, and Hardonna is your lead jammer. Strong front wall here from the Empire, holding up Hardonna well. Daughters of Mayhem trying to hold the pace back there. Good defence though from the Empire. Allows time for Sparky to get out of the penalty box. Not your lead jammer though, as that is with Hardonna already. Hardonna just calling it off in time, picking up 5 points, and if she hadn't called that off, well, she would have picked up a track cut there as that skate just went out, and she came back in onto the track as she was calling it off. Deviant D now jamming for the Empire up against Bambi Boom. Deviant D was a standout in the previous game for the Empire and picks up where she left off, picking up lead jammer status. Bambi Boom is through for her initial pass as well. Deviant D hit to the outside of the track as Bambi Boom comes round on a point scoring pass, not picked up by Deviant D. Deviant D now stuck at the back of the pack. She's going to have to skate through and even up the score ledger on this pass. She'll want to get through, call it off, and she does that, and that will be 4 points apiece in that jam. Well, a much more even start to this game than the last. In fact, Coffs Coast off to the better start here. Nine points plays 4 after 3 jams here. So the rest looking like it's done the job for the Daughters of Mayhem at the moment. Lead jammer here going to the Empire through Dell. Delinquent. She was another good performer in the previous game. There are a lot of good performances by jammers in a big score. Dell there picking up lead jammer and getting through for her 4 points before calling off the jam. Hardonna lining up for Daughters of Mayhem, and she'll be taking on Sparky. Big thank you to Sparky while she's on the track for being one of the musicians who contributed music for Downunder Derby TV. And just on cue, Sparky picks up lead jammer, hopefully with one of her tracks playing in the background. And it is a power jam for Sparky as well, as Hardonna off to the penalty box, picking up a track cut. Good work from Sparky, avoiding the hits there. One out, blocking from Daughters of Mayhem, not effective on Sparky. The Empire controlling the pace of the pack, picking up a bunny at the back there. Domesticati. Domesticati fighting hard to try and get through that back wall and get the pace up in this pack, but to no avail as Sparky picks up another 5 points. Back to a full complement on the track now as a little hop over the apex there from Hardonna. And Sparky brings an end to proceedings as Hardonna was scooting around the track, trying to pick up a few points for her team there. The Empire back in control after that power jam. 14 points in that jam. 22 now plays 19 after 5 jams. Bambi Boom jamming for Daughters of Mayhem, and Deviant D jamming here for the Empire. Bambi Boom trying to duck away through the inside of the track, but the defense equal to it. Slamstein, Sin City teaming up along with Freewee Fighter to get themselves in her way there. And it will be Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire, through Deviant D as your lead jammer. In the meantime, Bambi Boom is still stuck in the pack, and that will be a 5-point pass to Deviant D. Good defense again from this strong wall. Another feature of the previous game from the Empire was this strong wall, and good work from Impure Blonde, forcing the track cut on Bambi Boom there. Shot to the back of the pack, and Bambi Boom didn't see her go and picks up the track cut. Good work from the Empire. Great awareness from Impure Blonde. So it is a power jam. Referee signalling just 4 points on that pass. Deviant D coming up, left to her own devices to deal with that front wall of 3, while her defensive wall takes care of Rika Havoc back there, holding her up and controlling the pace once again. The jammer comes back onto the track, and Deviant D calls off that jam, but once again another 14 points on the board. 36 now plays 19. Bootylicious on the track now for Daughters of Mayhem with the star. And number 247, Delinquent again for the Empire. Delinquent left to deal again with that front wall. Does it well, pushes them up, and gets through now. Picks up lead jammer. Bootylicious stuck at the back of the pack. Pushes her way through on the inside and picks up her initial pass now. Clusterfrack off to the penalty box. Delinquent picks up 2 points. 3 points, I think that thumbs up as well. 3 points on that pass. Game over. The jam ref there with quite a short thumb. A little bit hard to see whether that thumb was up, and the scorers as well having to confirm with her that it was in fact 3 points. Sparky jamming now, and she's taking on Hardonna. Sparky gets through for lead jammer for the Empire. Hardonna, good work. She gets through as well. It's a pleated pack at the moment for the Empire. 2 skaters down. That allowed Hardonna an easier road through. Late in the day, both teams have played a previous game. These skaters will start suffering fatigue as these halves start wearing on. But another 4 points on the board to Sparky and the Empire there. Empire now in control and has suddenly opened up a healthy lead. 43 now plays 9, just 10 minutes into this game. We've got an official timeout here. Scorers are coming over. just to clarify things with the score officials. Well, ready to get back underway. Bambi Bume up against Deviant D. The Bambi Bume taking Deviant D the long way back. Interesting tactics. When you're down on the scoreboard, you don't necessarily want to be wasting this sort of time, and Deviant D knows that. She's not playing the game here. She can stand there for the whole 2 minutes if she likes. It's really up to Bambi Bume. Bambi Bume seems confused now. She wanted Deviant D to follow her. Deviant D not buying into this at all. Deviant's just going to stand there. As I said, she could stand there for another minute 20. This tactic's not working. It's time to go to plan B, Bambi. Jam proper underway now. Both jammers back in play. And Bambi Bume comes out of that the worse. Good work though, she recovers well. Good defensive line at the front there. Number 183 without a trace for Daughters of Mayhem. Teaming up with 50S, Domestic Katie. Really holding up Deviant D there. Look at that fight for the back line. Sin City spreading herself across. A split pack, some of them up at the jam line and some on the pivot line. Impure Blonde making sure we do have a pack. Dell hits that front wall of 4. Perilous stuck at the back of a back wall of 3 for the Empire. Dell in the meantime looks to get through. She almost breaks through. And she does. She will be your lead jammer and picks up a multiplayer. Domestic Katie off to the penalty box for a multiplayer block then. And Dell pushing up again, doing a great job here. Rika Havoc bridging. And good defense again from without a trace. Holding up Dell for a long time, but Dell picked up 5 on that pass, and that's enough for her as the Empire extends their lead a quarter of the way through this game. It looks like we're going to see a timeout called by the Empire here. A big thank you to some of our sponsors here on Downunder Derby TV. Corey Skates, home of the Aussie Scott Wheel, CoreySkates.com, and Tavish Designs, excellence in graphic design. That's Tavish.com, TAVISHE.com. And of course, if you are watching Downunder.tv, you can use the @Downunder Derby or @Derby Scores to stay in touch. If you're at home sitting on the couch, you might also be thinking, how can I get involved in some skating without getting out there and getting myself hurt on the track? Well, you can go and do some roller fit. Just check out rollerfit.com.au. ready to get back underway, and it will be Hardonna taking on Sparky. Hardonna, so far the most impressive of the Daughters of Mayhem jammers. Sparky also doing a great job for her team. We see that split in the pack again, this time Underbelly Morelli doing the bridging. 3 apiece take on the jammers. And Sparky picks up lead jammer as no pack is called. Underbelly Morelli, last line of defence, but she's taken care of by the wall that surrounds her of the Daughters of Mayhem. Debbie does damage, as well as Gnarly Quinn head to the penalty box for the Empire. Sparky with the advantage of being lead jammer, but down 3 blockers now. Well, a couple of ways she can play this. She can call it off because there's no advantage, or she can run the clock and try and get some blockers back out there. And I think the latter as Killer B rejoins the track. Good attempt there from without a trace, but she went down hard and Sparky just watched her go by. Without a trace doing some good blocking out there as Killer B. As quickly as she's back, I think she was in the queue for the penalty box. So she's now going to go and serve her time. And a power jam for Sparky as Hardonna picks up, I think, a forearm major there. Five points to 4 on that pass. And Sparky calls off the jam, and it will be a power start here. But it is a 4-2 pack disadvantage for the team with the jammer advantage. Clusterfrack, the skater tasked with the mammoth task here of dealing with a 4-wall up against 2. And she's doing it well so far. Just one more to beat. She does so. Great work from Clusterfrack, picking up lead jammer in that situation. And quite quickly too, and that allows her time now to really get some points on the board in this power jam. That'll be 5 in the sky for Clusterfrack and the Empire as Hardonna rejoins the track. Hardonna still on her initial pass though, hasn't got to the front of the pack yet. And Clusterfrack, interestingly, decides to call it off, picking up 3 points on that pass. Still had a scoring pass in front of her. So interesting tactics to call it off there with Hardonna coming out of the box, not completing her initial pass. The officials have called a timeout. If you're watching at home and couldn't make it down here today, but you are free tonight, come down to the Penshurst Hotel for the after party from 9 o'clock. Big thank you again to our crew, producer Robertson Dunn, or aka Mr. Ripper, and the rest of our crew, G. Mitchell, Jared Quinn and Ashley Howes, and of course to all the volunteers who've made today possible from S2D2. You are watching Downunder Derby TV. Bambi Bume now jamming up against Dell, and Bambi Bume with a strong start takes out the wall and picks up lead jammer. Bambi Bume will go through and call it off, and will pick up 4 points for her trouble. Good skating there from Bambi Bume. Rights the ship somewhat for the Mayhem, the Daughters of Mayhem. 70 now plays 21, and that's where Outcast Demons really did some damage in the second half against the Empire in the last bout. They were able to really go straight and hard up the middle and do some damage with some very aggressive skating. Bootalicious jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem, and he's out as your lead jammer. And Deviant D hot on her heels here for the Empire. A fast-moving pack here. The Daughters of Mayhem in control of the speed, and they do it well. They pick up 4 points to 0 again. Good tactical play there. Running hard in offense, and their jammer rewards them with 4 points. Debbie does damage. Hasn't had the star, I don't think, in this bout so far. Maybe just the once, but she's up against Hardonna. Debbie does damage. Really another standout jammer in the previous game. Once again, Coffs Coast Derby, Daughters of Mayhem picking up lead jammer 3 in a row. Debbie does damage, half a lap behind. Hardonna not having such an easy time of it on her scoring pass though. Debbie does damage, able to pick up points against the lead, and a big turnaround. Hardonna off to the penalty box for a track cut. We're going to go the full 2 minutes. And another 5 for Debbie damage. Well, poor tactical play there from Daughters of Mayhem. Hardonna should have called that jam off before. Debbie does damage, did the damage. Debbie does damage coming up against Domesticati there, coming off second best, but gets through eventually, picks up 5 more points as Hardonna rejoins the track just in front of Debbie does damage. Impure Blonde doing some good work on Hardonna there, getting her out of play and making sure she had to skate the long way back. This is a scoring pass for Hardonna. This is the same scoring pass that she went to the box on. Unable to find a way through at the moment. Freeway Fighter, Underbelly Morelli and Impure Blonde teaming up beautifully. Jam comes to its natural conclusion, and it is a huge one against the lead for the Empire. 18 points, 19 points now. Plays 0 when... Well, plays 3 in fact. Scoreboard a little slow on the uptake. Daughters of Mayhem had lead in that jam and ended up with a 16-point negative differential there. You just can't afford that sort of thing, especially when you're down 60 points. See now, Coffs Coast calling a timeout, and perhaps the bench manager over there drilling some tactical play into them. I know what I'd be saying if I was sitting on that bench. If you have lead and you don't have the advantage in the jam, call it off as quickly as possible. You do not want that sort of damage being incurred against you. Ready to get underway again, and it will be Bambi Bume up against Clusterfrack. Bambi Bume, been impressive. She keeps up that aggressive form of skating. She's going to cause some trouble here for the Empire. Clusterfrack keeping them guessing. Which way is she going to go? Inside or out? There's a strong presence of black Daughters of Mayhem on that back line, though. This jam is underway. No one ready to go anywhere just yet. Clusterfrack tries her luck on the outside, and that was a mistake. But no, Bambi Bume with the use of elbows off to the penalty box. Advantage once again to the Empire. Clusterfrack does it well that time. Weaves to the outside, picks up lead jammer. Fixes a knee pad on the way, and she's around the track looking to score some points. The Empire catch the bunny or the goat, whichever one you want to call it. Red Hot Scott stuck at the back there, not even trying to get out at the moment. Happy to let this one just run. Red Hot Scott has a go at Clusterfrack, misses, but does enough to throw Cluster off balance and force the call off. Sin City lining up to jam for the Empire. She'll be taking on Bootalicious for the Daughters of Mayhem. Sin City moving around on that jam line as well. Running into some trouble there in the form of Otter Annihilation. Tight work in the pack from both teams, and multiplayer block called against, I believe that is Otter Annihilation, and Sin City has the last laugh as she picks up lead jammer. Good work from Sin City, saw the smallest of gaps. Rika Havoc couldn't close it and in the last line, and 5 points on the board to the Empire. Both jammers now back on the track. Sorry, it wasn't a power jam, getting ahead of myself. Bootalicious on a scoring pass there, picks up 4 points and gets around. Some confusion here. Axiomatic calling 0 and then appearing to put some points up on the board. And we will see an official review from the Daughters of Mayhem, I think just to confirm the scoring on that last pass. Don't forget, if you are after the Aussie Scott wheel, head to CoreySkates.com. And if you need any graphic design work done, head over to tavish.com, TAVISHE.com. Excellence in graphic design. You are watching Downunder Derby TV. That's downunder.tv. Great work. The brainchild, really, of Jared Quinn, sitting to my left at the moment. The driving force behind Downunder Derby TV. And it sounds like we've got a challenge on the high block call, and we're waiting. The referees are conferring on that call at the moment. So not, in fact, challenging the lack of points on that last pass. Trying to get their skater out of the box. We're just trying to get some more confirmation on what's happening here, but it would appear that Daughters of Mayhem are challenging their blocker being sent to the box. Interesting use of an official review, where you've got a blocker who, well, being just the one blocker down for 30 seconds maybe isn't such a big deal. But the game goes on, and Hardonna will be jamming here for the Daughters of Mayhem, and she'll be taking on Delinquent for the Empire. Well, underway again, and it is the Empire who pick up lead jammer through Delinquent. Hardonna almost a lap behind here. No pack is called. Delinquent pushes her way through and picks up 4 points for her efforts there. Nice solid work from the Empire. 111 now plays 32. 5 minutes 50 left on the clock in this first half. Bambi Boom jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem. Debbie Does Damage jamming for the Empire. 2-4 pack advantage to the Empire, but Debbie Does Damage unable to take advantage. Bambi Boom with the pack disadvantage there, gets through, picks up lead jammer. That's strong jamming again from Bambi Boom. Debbie Does Damage should be kicking herself there, should have made more of that. Bambi Boom gets through for 4 points and calls off the jam. And now a turnaround in the penalty box as well. Two skaters in there, Sin City and Impure Blonde, sitting in the penalty box here for the Empire. One skater in there for the Daughters of Mayhem. Can't quite make out the number from here. I think it may be without a trace. It is sitting in the penalty box for the Daughters of Mayhem, as we've got Sparky coming out just in front of Bootylicious, picking up lead jammer. She'll be looking for some quick points, getting her skaters out of the box as well. Fast moving pack at the moment. Bootylicious comes up on the back of the pack. Sparky tries to steal a couple of points with Bootylicious. Well, 3-2. 3-2 it is to the Empire. 1 point advantage. Sparky just coming out with the advantage there. Deviant D and Hardonna will go head to head in this jam. A clear penalty box. Been a little while since we've had that. And Deviant D, well, there wasn't even a gap there, and somehow she just emerged and is your lead jammer. In the meantime, Hardonna still hasn't cleared the pack. Just speed off the line there from Deviant D. Did the job and goes up the inside. Good recovery after hitting the deck. Gets up, jukes to the inside, and she's away for 5 points. That's Rika Havoc, the captain of the Daughters of Mayhem, heading to the penalty box. As Deviant D with some strong jamming, a little too strong though, and use of forearms there on her way through. She's off to the penalty box. Power jam now for the Daughters of Mayhem. And I believe she went as lead jammer, so this jam will go the 2 minutes. Well, both jammers were in the penalty box, so both jammers will come back on. Neither will be lead jammer, and this jam will go for another 45 seconds. Well, too easy on the inside for Deviant D. Daughters of Mayhem showing some signs of fatigue there with their defence. This time without a trace. Gets to the front and braces that wall, but this, curiously though, lets Deviant D through. Not quite sure what she was thinking there. She was still in play. Hardonna being held up by Killer Bee and Freeway Fighter at the moment. Freeway Fighter, though, does so illegally and is off to the penalty box. That jam finally comes to an end. Well, 2-minute jams at the end of a half really take it out of these skaters. But as you see, Daughters of Mayhem, they want that back line. They're on the track quickly. As we see an official timeout, we've got some track repairs going on. And in fact, it is an official review. Obviously, by the Empire, Daughters of Mayhem using theirs earlier in the half. And I think the Empire not really necessarily reviewing anything here. I think they just wanted to use it as a timeout. It will be, of course, reset in the second half, so why not? Something you do see quite often in roller derby, the official review being essentially wasted or thrown away, but tactically it makes sense. 132 plays 38. You're watching Downunder Derby TV, and it is Southside Derby Dolls, the Empire, taking on Coffs Coast Derby, Daughters of Mayhem at the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Ready to get underway again. Bambi Boom taking on Clusterfrack. Clusterfrack with a four-wall to deal with Bambi Boom. Just the one skater in her way. She gets through without any trouble whatsoever. Clusterfrack, though, does well. Beats the four. Gets through with some help from Underbelly Morelli. Bambi Boom does the smart thing. Gets through. Calls off the jam. Just the one skater, Freeway Fighter, left in the penalty box now for the Empire, as we have time for one more jam in this half. And it will be Bootalicious taking on Delinquent. Good shot from Dell off the line on Bootalicious. Caught Bootalicious unawares there. And now Bootalicious stuck at the back of the pack while Dell, well, she tries to get through but gets hit to the inside, recovers well and heads to the back of the pack. She'll have to do all the hard work again. Bootalicious thought she was through as well. Her own skaters as well as Freeway Fighter closed the door on her though. Without a trace, doing a good job holding up Delinquent here. Rika Havoc also teaming up there. Bootalicious gets knocked out of bounds by Sin City. And now out of bounds again, does well to take the knee there. Freeway Fighter waits for her at the back with Impure Blonde. As that jam comes to an end, that will also bring us to half-time. Final points going up on the scoreboard for the half. Another 3 to the Empire. Takes the score out to 135 up against Daughters of Mayhem on 42. You're watching Downunder Derby TV, and we'll be back in around 14 minutes' time with the second half.
to me. Please do not buy any more cakes from the cake stall because they are really, really cheap right now. Really, really cheap cakes. Go and give them the loan of your firstborn child, and I'm sure they will give you all the cakes. Similarly, the leather stores are closing as well in 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to snap up a bar.
And welcome back to the second half here, the final game at the Tri-Wizard tournament. Hosted by Southside Derby Dolls. You are watching Downunder Derby TV. That's downunder.tv, but you know that already. If you are tuning in, great first half action here. 135 to the Empire, plays 42 to the Daughters of Mayhem, and some tough work in the pack from both teams in the first half. Daughters of Mayhem, I expect them to bring out some big hits and some more strong jamming. Bootylicious on the jam line first up against Sparky. Rita Havoc with an illegal procedure straight away. No, called back onto the track. A false start, but managed to yield in time. Comes back onto the track. Bootylicious gets hit to the inside of the track. Sparky, in the meantime, picks up lead jammer for the Empire for the first jam of the second half. Bootylicious stuck in that strong defensive line at the back of the pack. Sparky flirting with danger on the inside, but does it well. Up on the toe stops, picks up 5 points. Killer B with a strong hit on Bootylicious. And Bootylicious called for a track cut incorrectly, in my opinion, there by game over. Killer B hit Bootylicious out, but also went off the track herself. Not sure if you use an official review this early in the second half, though. It will be a power jam here for Dell, as we see the Empire head to the pivot line. And now come back halfway back to the jam line. An official timeout has been called. That's axiomatic, just confirming the not on the track point for the last pass of the previous jam. Jam has been reset. This time it is the Daughters of Mayhem who head to the pivot line. Open space in front of Dell as Daughters of Mayhem take off, try to prevent Dell from picking up lead jammer, at least trying to soak up some time, but Dell does it well. And two skaters head to the penalty box. One called back onto the track. Now both called back onto the track. A bit of confusion from skaters out there as they try to head to the penalty box but get called back on the track. That's 3 in 2 jams. Delinquent up against Without a Trace and Domesticati. And that will be a track cut against Delinquent as she pirouettes back onto the track accidentally. Doesn't matter though, she's off for 30 seconds in the penalty box. Power jam for Bootylicious here. Perhaps righting the wrong of that call in the previous jam. And a cut called on Bootylicious. That one was correct. She came back in front of too many skaters that were in front of her previously. And that frees up Delinquent, who's going to come back around and re-enter behind the pack. Bit of a messy start to this second half. These skaters have been playing a lot of derby already today. Expect fatigue to be a big factor in this second half. Both jammers now back out on the track as well. And just as quickly, Bootylicious picks up another track cut and is off. That's 3 penalties in quick succession for Bootylicious, and that may just put her in some penalty trouble going into this second half. That will be a big loss if she gets fouled out of this game as a result of these 3 in a row. 4 points on the board in that pass, 19 in the jam for the Empire. Debbie does damage with the power start here for the Empire. As we see another official timeout, so the messy start to this second half continues. Debbie does damage, heading up to have a little chat to her team while this official timeout goes on. We'd like to thank Corey Skates, home of the Aussie Scott Wheel, CoreySkates.com. Don't forget, you can get a bit of a balloon pop. I'm not sure if you heard that through the microphone. Stopped me in my tracks. Don't forget, you can get fit while roller skating and not pick up the bruises of these derby players out here. Roller Fit is the way to do that. Drop-in sessions, $18 plus skate hire. Cheap class passes also available. Head to rollerfit.com.au. They've got locations in Bathurst, Dural, Mascot, Morisset, Niagara Park and Orange. You can also pick up a $25 a year membership. Includes personal accident insurance, a water bottle or backpack. You are watching Downunder Derby TV, downunder.tv. You can stay in touch at Downunder Derby or at Derby Scores. Just a little correction to my sheet here, downunderderby.tv. Looks like we're ready to get underway again. Debbie does damage, the only jammer on the track. Daughters of Mayhem also down 1 blocker. A tight pack on the jam line to start off here. Debbie does damage, will look for a gap. Her team can play some offense here and does it well. Killer Bee and Clusterfrack on the outside, opening up the gap. And Debbie does damage, says thank you very much, and takes lead jammer. Good work there from Debbie does damage. 2 to contend with now at the front, and she does it well again, picking up 5 points for the Empire. And that'll be another 5 for Debbie does damage. A nice easy pathway through for her there. Must be getting close to the end of the 30 seconds. Well, it must have been a minute penalty here for Bootylicious. She gets to stand now, but she started this jam off the track and is only just standing for her 10 seconds now. There it is, back on the track now, Bootylicious. Debbie does damage though, picks up another 5. Already a big score in this jam for the Empire, taking that lead out almost to the point where you'd say Daughters of Mayhem are going to have trouble catching them. But of course, Daughters of Mayhem can't give up here at all. Every point counts towards the rankings at the end of the year. $17 points for Debbie does damage and the Empire in that previous jam. 181 now plays 42. Sin City jamming up against Bambi Boom. Sin City does it well at the front. That energetic skating style she's got. Goes left, goes right, goes left, right again, gets through. She's round the track before you know it, and looking to score the points. Bambi Boom yet to get through for her initial pass. Bambi Boom thought she was through there, but Freewee Fighter came again, recycled her again back into the pack, and that allows Impure Blonde to come up and have another go at her. In the meantime, without a trace, doing some good work on Sin City, holding her up there. Bambi Boom unable to score. In the meantime, Sin City picking up another 4-point pass. Rika Havoc, the captain of Daughters of Mayhem, jamming here now. Don't recall her jamming previously in this bout. And she's taking on Delinquent for the Empire. Rika Havoc thought she was through there. Underbelly Morelli picks up the use of forearms off to the penalty box for that hit on Rika Havoc. But it's effective though, and Rika Havoc is at the back of the pack once again. Delinquent in the meantime has her own troubles but gets through now. Picks up lead jammer. Time is definitely on the side of the Empire. These jams where it takes a long time to pick up lead jammer, that only plays into the Empire's hands. And Delinquent just gets through for a sneaky 3. 1 point. Correction from Axiomatic there. 1 point on that pass. Deviant D up against Otter Annihilation. Daughters of Mayhem really using a few new jammers in this second half, trying to mix things up, trying to avoid the fatigue that will be setting in. And good work, Otter Annihilation, powerful there, picks up lead jammer, Deviant D, quarter lap behind, chasing hard. Deviant D able to get through for 1 point. Otter Annihilation picking up 3 points there. Once again, game over with that diminutive thumb. Proving hard to see for the scorers and for the commentators. Daughters of Mayhem calling a timeout. No, the Empire calling a timeout, in fact. They're using their second timeout of the game. Of course, all this Tri-Wizard tournament counting towards the Eastern Region stats. Big tournament, Eastern Region. 24 teams will battle it out in the finals out of the third. Sorry, I believe 8. Sparky will take on Bambi Boom here. 24 teams, in fact, in the Eastern region at the moment, and 18 will play in the finals. Sparky with the early advantage here, skating hard, going the outside eventually around without a trace, and Hardonna picking up lead jammer. Clusterfrack goes at Bambi Boom, unable to stop her though. Bambi Boom through for her initial pass. Sparky though, round looking to score. She'll call off the jam. Eventually runs the clock just a few more seconds. Gives that little bit of hope to Bambi Boom that she might pick up a sneaky point. No such luck though. Another 4 points on the board to the Empire as they approach that 200 mark. Just under 20 minutes remain in this game and in this tournament. Bootylicious on the jam line now for the Daughters of Mayhem, and will eventually take on Delinquent. But we have an official timeout, and official timeout is over, and we're ready to get underway again. Stop-start second half so far. A clear penalty box for both teams means we've got 5 skaters from each team on the track. Bootylicious really trying to wrestle her way up, running into DV&D there. Underbelly Morelli doing a great job bracing that wall. Once again, without a trace. Teams up with Domesticati trying to stop Delinquent, but they're unable to. Delinquent gets through for lead jammer. Delinquent runs up against those same 2 skaters once again. This time Red Hot Scott gets in on the action as well as one of our skaters goes down. That is Bootylicious. Looks like she's in a little bit of trouble here as she's going to get some attention from the medics. Some of our other sponsors of the Tri-Wizard here. Alter Life, candy-coated alternative lifestyle, babes, tattoos and fashion, a proud sponsor of the Southside Derby Dolls. And if you are thinking of heading to Rollerfit, you can also shop Rollerfit at rollerfit.com.au. All their gear is tried and tested by their staff. If you want to play roller derby, you can head down to an open day from the Southside Derby Dolls on June 28. See their Facebook page for details, or email freshmeat@southsidederby.com. If you don't think playing roller derby is for you, Southside Derby Dolls are also putting a call out for referees and non-skating officials. For all the skating types out there, S2D2 is also putting on a Sunstate Roller Girls Roller Derby Boot Camp. 2 days of world-class training, July 4 and 5 at Menai Indoor Sports Centre. Head over to stinglikeabee.eventbrite.com.au for details. Sunstate Roller Girls, of course, one of the premier teams in Australia and with a lot of representatives over at the World Cup last year. Once again, a big thank you to our crew. Our producer, Robertson Dunn, aka Mr. Ripper, G. Mitchell, Jared Quinn, and Ashley Howes. You are watching Downunder Derby TV. That's downunderderby.tv. Keep in touch at Downunder Derby or at Derby Scores. skater still down here. The helmet's off, looking a little more serious than we'd hope it to be. Let's hope she's okay out there. If you missed the action earlier today, well, try and catch it later on Downunder Derby TV. Some great games. The first game in particular, very close. The Daughters of Mayhem just going down by 3 points to the Outcast Demons. Empire proving too strong for the Outcast Demons in the second game here today. Healthy win, 200-point win there, and the Empire looking like they're heading for a similar result here against the Daughters of Mayhem. S2D2 is a league that likes to give back to the community as well, and big supporters of the Sydney Dogs and Cats home, just down the road from our venue here at Hurstville. And S2DC also supports the White Ribbon Foundation in support of Australia's campaign to stop violence against women. We now see Bootylicious standing, ready to be escorted off the track. The crowd giving her a hand as she goes off. All her gear is off. They actually looks like they had to cut the wrist guard off though. I think there's some pretty serious damage to that left arm. Possibly a break, not to preempt anything here, but not good news, particularly for Bootylicious, but also not for the Daughters of Mayhem with one of their main jammers out of action. Let's hope she's okay and it's not as serious as it looks. Terrible way to end the tournament for Bootylicious and for the skaters in general. No one wants to see a skater escorted off in that fashion. And you can see there the Daughters of Mayhem really rallying together. They want to do this for Bootylicious now. Remember, every point counts towards that differential at the end of the year. Skaters getting ready for the next jam. Toto Rod signals time to get going again. The game goes on. Debbie Does Damage lines up against Otter Annihilation. Otter Annihilation hits that back wall. Killer Bee at the back doing a good job. And it is Debbie Does Damage who comes out, lead jammer. Debbie does damage, looking for that scoring pass now. One to beat. And she does it after a penalty on Hardonna there. A 5-point pass for the Empire, and Debbie does damage. Debbie does damage with another big pass there. That'll be another 5 points. Good work here from the pack of the Empire, really opening things up for their jammer. Be one more pass here from Debbie does damage. Hits it and quits it. Picks up another 4 and calls off the jam. We could see the skaters moving slightly more slowly in the last jam there. A cold night here at Hurstville in Sydney. And that little 5-minute break there wouldn't have done anyone any good late in this game. $14 points to Debbie does damage in that previous jam. Bambi Bume looking for a way through on the inside. She's only going to go as far as the penalty box as she commits a blocking with the head penalty. Here's Delinquent trying to get through for lead jammer here for the Empire. She is through for lead jammer, in fact. That was a scoring pass. She calls off the jam now, picking up 5 points on that pass in the power jam. Deviant D will start in this power jam situation. Bambi Bume still in the penalty box for Daughters of Mayhem. We're starting on the pivot line as well. Deviant D with some room to move and uses it well. Gets through, picks up lead jammer. Had a nice rolling start there. Deviant D looking for a way through again, finds it, goes inside and out, and leaves Red Hot Scott in her dust. Nice work from Deviant D. No. Picking up a track cut, interesting call. It seems to me as though she pirouetted inside the track. Axiomatic is picking up something I obviously couldn't, which is why he's got the stripes and I've got the microphone. Bambi Bume back on the track and now in a power jam for the Daughters of Mayhem. 5 points on the board for Mayhem. Bambi Bume wasting no time getting around that track. No pack is called. Pack reforms now and they're able to swallow her back in. Underbelly Morelli teaming up with Debbie does damage there. Deviant D comes out of the penalty box and picks up 5 points straight away as the Daughters of Mayhem pack starts to get depleted. 2 in the box at the moment. Another 5 points for Deviant D. Clearly not happy with that track cut call and decides to take matters into her own hands when she comes back onto the track. A solid jam there again for the Empire. 15 plays 10, extending their lead by 5. 2:28 plays 55. 13:48 left on the clock. Panda Minimum jamming here for the Daughters of Mayhem, and she'll be taking on Sparky. Been a while since we've seen Sparky with the star, and this is the first time for Panda Minimum. Some skaters just don't think of commentators when they come up with their names. You can see quite a bit of track repair going on out there at the moment. I think that's the only reason for our official timeout. I believe at half-time they said they were over the tournament so far 10 rolls of tape down just on track repairs, so it gives you an idea of how much tape is ripped up here. Sparky through the pack in a flash, and she is your lead jammer. Panda Minimum stuck at the back of the pack. Panda Minimum gets through now though, picks up her initial pass. Sparky on a scoring pass with one to beat. Picks up the 4 points there. And Sparky deciding to run the clock here. Again, time on the side of the Empire. Calls it off now as she gets hit out. A penalty on Hardonna after the whistle. And it looks like she's out of here. She's got a clockwise block after the whistle. And by the looks of things, that is number 7 for Hardonna, and she will take no further part in this game. And Red Hot Scott takes her place in the penalty box. Rika Havoc jamming for Daughters of Mayhem. It is the Empire through Delinquent who come out with lead jammer. Rika Havoc also through now, approaching the back of the pack. Delinquent hasn't seen her. Oh, she has now. Good work from Delinquent. Great awareness there. 3 points on the board for the Empire. Good communication from the pack there too, letting her know that the jammer was coming up. Call off the jam. Deviant D jamming again for the Empire, and it will be Bambi Boom jamming for the Daughters of Mayhem. Deviant D looking for a way through the outside. I don't know how that gap opened up on turn 1 there on the far side of the track from me, but somehow or other Deviant D got through and picks up lead jammer. Bambi Boom also through now, but a lap behind here. No panic on the bench for the Empire. Patrick Skatefish telling everyone just to keep calm and carry on. Deviant D weaving her way through. That pack keeps resetting in front of her, but she gets through now. Uses her speed and goal, picks up 5 points. Sin City goes down hard there, and that is Domestic Katie with blocking with the head once again. Without a trace, out of play, and she has to go to the penalty box as well. Penalty trouble here for Daughters of Mayhem late in this game. Fatigue really setting in now. Another official timeout here. Perhaps once again to confirm some scores. The score officials just having a chat to one of our jam refs, Axiomatic. And Axiomatic now having a chat to Gory Newman, who's our timer. I think we're checking that the game clock is correct. And looks like we're going to go 9 seconds down in time. Rika Havoc jamming here for Daughters of Mayhem, and she'll be taking on Sparky for the Empire. And Sparky comes out as your lead jammer. Whistles going everywhere, penalties flying, and I think Clusterfrack in the end will head to the penalty box. Delinquent as well. No, sorry, Gnarly Quinn also heading to the penalty box as Sparky picks up 5 points. Rika Havoc looking to close the gap though. Sparky will probably run the clock here. Try to get those skaters out of the penalty box. Underbelly Morelli doing great work on Rika Havoc. Gets called for an elbow though, and she'll be off to the penalty box. She's going to have to join the queue though, as it is a full box. Oh, just a bit of bad timing there for Underbelly Morelli. Another second and she could have just sat down. Now she's got to do the full lap. Underbelly Morelli back on the track. And now being instructed to head to the penalty box. 8 minutes to go in the second half, as Rika Havoc picks up some points for her team, but Sparky continues on her merry way as well. And this is really to the advantage of the Empire. They can go point for point, really wear down their opposition late in this second half. It will be Killer B jamming here for the first time for the Empire, and she'll be up against Panda Minimum for the Daughters of Mayhem. And we're going to see another official timeout here. That previous jam, 21 points to 11 in favour of the Empire. Looks like this time we are confirming scores once again.
She's going to pick up the weapon.
Skaters anxiously waiting to get this jam underway. I think Underbelly Morelli is out of here. That is 7 for her. Impure Blonde will take her place in the penalty box. Underbelly Morelli getting a bit of a cheer off there from her own team. They realise she's done some good work. She's done the hard yards, just 7 minutes to go in the game. A couple of penalties there, really self-sacrificing penalties, you'd call them. Really stopped the jammer in her tracks and picked up penalties in the process, but did the job for her team.
Come to Derby with a pen, they say.
Thank you again to our sponsors, Corey Skates, home of the Aussie Scott Wheel, CoreySkates.com, and of course Tavish Designs, excellence in graphic design. Head to tavishe.com. You are watching Downunder Derby TV. That's downunderderby.tv. There's been a theme in Derby for a long time when the skaters are on the line waiting for the officials with their timeouts. We just have a little dance off. Sin City and Freewee Fighter getting it in some roller disco action there. That official timeout was just to catch up on some penalties, get Underbelly Morelli out of the game, etc. We are ready to go again after a lengthy delay, 3-minute delay there to the game, and these skaters will be getting cold once again. 7 minutes 14 left on the clock. Killer Bee and Panda Minimum with the stars for their teams. Killer Bee with some strong work, picks up lead jammer without a trace, has to let her go as she's out of play. Killer Bee round on a scoring pass now as Panda Minimum makes her initial pass. Sin City off to the penalty box. Killer Bee looking for those points, picks up a couple and calls off the jam as she trips over. Freewee Fighter trips over her own skater there. Well, with about 6 minutes left in this game, an unassailable lead for the Empire. 276 plays 72. As I keep saying, every point counts in this tournament towards that goal of Eastern Region on the October long week. So, reward for that previous call-off. Sparky getting in amongst it there, trying to open up a gap. And DB&D does it on her own this time, gets through, blocking to the head again for Bambi Bume. With the head, sorry. Another 5 points on the board to the Empire, looking to bring up the 300. DB&D racks up the points. That's 15 for this jam. One more pass and that 300 mark will be up for the Empire. And there it is, 300 on the board. Bambi Bume now back out on the track. Freewee Fighter takes her on and will be off to the penalty box for her troubles. Without a trace, and Panda Minimum try to team up on DB&D. DB&D equal to the task. Picks up 4 and calls off the jam. Official review being called by the Daughters of Mayhem. big thank you again to the Southside Derby Dolls for hosting the Tri-Wizard tournament and also for hosting Downunder Derby TV today. Massive thank you to all our skating and non-skating officials as well, all volunteering their time to be here. For all you skaters out there, don't forget S2D2 will be bringing the Sun State Roller Girls to town for a roller derby boot camp over 2 days in July. That's 4 and 5 July. Menai Indoor Sports Centre. Go to stinglikeabee.eventbrite.com.au. So it sounds like Daughters of Mayhem challenging the high block call on their jammer in the previous jam and trying to get the points back on the board. You can see tournament play at work. They can't win this game, but they know every point counts. If they can win this review, it might make the difference at the end of the year in that differential. Showing my slight rustiness in my derby commentary as well. A few calls blocking to the head that I called as blocking with the head. Just waiting on the outcome now of the official review. So the referees have conferred and the high block will stand, so no luck there for the Daughters of Mayhem, and they are now without an official review, but only 3 minutes left in this game. Sin City up against Otter Annihilation in this jam. And good work from Sin City, jumping over this the last little corner of the apex, making sure she didn't pick up the track cut there. She is your lead jammer. Opens up for her on the inside, but without a trace. Absolutely smashes her on the inside line there. And Sin City, well, she really enjoyed that hit. You don't see too many skaters get up from a hit like that with a smile on their face, but Sin City's a whole nother kettle of fish. Well, just 2 minutes left in the game, probably one or two more jams. Sparky taking on Bambi Bume. Bambi Bume tries to get up that inside line. Does well not to pick up a track cut there. And just after I say that, Bambi Bume is off. She went in front of Killer B, who had hit her out. And Bambi Bume picks up the track cut after all. Bambi Bume now being called back onto the track. A reversal of the decision. In the meantime, though, amongst the confusion, Sparky manages to get through, pick up 5 points on a scoring pass, while Bambi Bume was heading to the penalty box but got called back on. Almost seems unfair that point should stand. Stand it will, though. as Sparky lets her go and decides not to call off the jam. Well, she does so now, and that will leave enough time for one more jam in this game. Otter Annihilation up against Deviant D. This is likely to be the last jam of the game. Empire skaters standing on the bench in anticipation of the end of this game. Been a solid day for all teams involved, but the Empire really showing they are the dominant team, at least amongst this group. This will stand the Empire in very good stead to make that final cut, the Eastern Region tournament at the end of the year. Deviant D sees the period clock has come to an end, calls off the jam after picking up 4. That will be it. Unofficial final, 3:25 plays 76. And it is now official. Time is up. 3:25 plays 76 here at the Tri-Wizard tournament. Once again, a massive thank you to everyone involved in bringing this game to you today on Downunder Derby TV. Been a fantastic tournament and a great day. Great day out, and the next best thing, if you can't make it down here, is to watch on Downunder Derby TV. And of course, we'll bring you the Queen, the June long weekend tournament down in Canberra next weekend, as well as all the rounds of 5x5 here on DownUnderDerby.tv. It's been a great day. The Empire coming out on top. I've been Mike Mann, and thanks for listening.